Chapter 339. In order to maintain the friendship with Sparta, Dionysius had no choice but to move the Myrcenians out of Messina. He built the city of Tyndaris in an inconspicuous place not far from Messina to house the Myrcenians. The reconstruction of Messina and the construction of Tyndaris made Lygum feel uneasy on the other side of the strait. The people of Lygum felt that Dionysius was coveting their city-state. They even felt that joining the Southern Alliance was not very safe. This was because Syracuse had not only unified the Greek city-states in the east of Sicily, but it had also conquered the Psycher people. It was too powerful. It was doubtful that the other city-states in the Southern Alliance would be willing to fight against the powerful Syracuse for the sake of Lygum. The only one who dared to challenge Syracuse was probably Dionia, the overlord of the Southern Alliance. Therefore, the people of Lygum held a citizens' assembly. The discussion went on for a few days without any results. At this time, a fleet of Syracuse sailed into the port of Messina. This fleet was originally to escort the Syracuse army to continue their expedition to the north coast of Sicily. However, it provoked the sensitive people of Lygum. The citizens' assembly quickly passed the motion, and an envoy was quickly sent to Thurii. In the Senate of Dionia, when the envoy of Lygum mentioned that Lygum is willing to join the alliance of Dionia, the senators, including the Devers, were quite shocked. In the alliance of Dionia, Laus, Castellan, Metapontum, Elea, Heraclea, and Galagussa were all small and medium-sized city-states in the Southern Alliance. Although Potentia was a large city-state in the alliance, it was forced to join the alliance of Dionia. It was not very obedient to Dionia. In the past 2 years, Dionia had been busy reorganizing and governing Bruttii and Picassus. It had not had the time to care about Potentia, which was far away in the northern mountainous region of Dionia. Now, Lygum had volunteered to join the alliance of Dionia. One had to know that Lygum was not only a powerful city in Greece, but it was also the top city in terms of sea trade and wealth. With the addition of Lygum, the merchant ships and fleets of Dionia could smoothly pass through the Strait of Messina. Not only would it be more convenient to trade with Iberia, Gaul, and the western Mediterranean. At the same time, it would also be more conducive for the navy to protect Dionia cities on the west coast of Italy, Napatia, Picassus, and the allied city-states Laus and Elea, connecting the territorial waters of Dionia. The elders of Dionia were naturally overjoyed and prepared to accept Lygum into their ranks. However, Lygum's emissary had one condition. The archon and Devers of Dionia had to marry a Lygum woman, and this woman had already been chosen by the Lygum. Her name was Agnes. Who was Agnes? She was known as the Rose of Lygum, and was extremely beautiful at the age of 16. She even attracted a marriage proposal from the tyrant of Syracuse, Dionysius, but was firmly rejected by the vigilant Lygum. The furious Syracuse emissary said, "Our all-powerful general will open his eyes and see who is more qualified than him to marry Agnes." Then Dionysius turned around and proposed to marry the woman of Rockley. He decorated the passenger ship that welcomed Rockley's wife with jewels and dazzling gold. This became a hot topic in Greece at the time. In Lygum, Agnes had never been able to marry because of the words left behind by the Syracuse emissary. As Syracuse continued to expand and become more powerful, not only the men of Lygum, but the entire city-state did not want to anger Dionysius, thus making Lygum the target of the tyrant of Syracuse's wrath. In the end, a few years passed like this. Agnes was already a single woman at the age of 21. Greek women usually married after the age of 14, which was the end of puberty, but no one dared to marry her. She had no choice but to become the priestess of the famous virgin goddess Artemis. Now faced with the threat of Syracuse, the realistic and sophisticated people of Lygum believed that the Devers were the true rulers of Dionia. Thus, they wanted to use Agnes to bind the Devers to Lygum and deal with Dionysius together. The Devers saw through the intentions of the Lygum people and immediately refused. Who knew that a few days later, the Lygum emissary would actually persuade most of the senators of the Senate, including Murzes, Marigi, Cunigarata, Cornelis, and the others to jointly visit the Devers, hoping that he would agree to Ligwam's request. They also refuted the Devers' claim that they had to abide by the law of monogamy in Daionia. This was because there was no such mandatory rule in Daionia's laws. It was just a custom. Even in Athens, where monogamy was once explicitly stipulated, during the Great Plague before the War of Peloponnesus, polygamy was encouraged due to the large decrease in population. At the same time, they also emphasized that Dionysius of Syracuse and the other tyrants of Sicily had multiple wives. Thus, the life consul of Daionia, the hegemon of southern Italy, could also do the same. They also refuted the Devers' worry that Daionia would be dragged into the war with Syracuse by Ligwam. Felicius Antonius and the others believed that although Syracuse seemed powerful, the people of Carthage would always be its greatest enemy. How would Dionysius dare to risk fighting on both sides and rashly offend the equally powerful Daionia? In fact, the news from Sicily seemed to prove this point. The army of Syracuse swept westward along the northern coast of Sicily and began to approach the city of Sauris. Finally, the Carthage Senate, which had been enraged by Dionysius's army besieging Tauromenion, finally made up its mind. It appointed Margo, the younger brother of Hermico, as its commander-in-chief. It recruited soldiers and prepared to lead the army to Sicily to resist the attack of Syracuse. For the senators in charge of political affairs in the Senate of Daionia, accepting Ligwam was not a great risk. On the contrary, it was a great benefit. For the senators in charge of military affairs, Ligwam had a relatively powerful naval fleet, which could make up for the shortcomings of Daionia. Under the persuasion of the crowd, the Devers were somewhat hesitant. At this time, his wife, Christoia, stood up and expressed her support for the Senate's wish for the Devers to marry another wife of Ligwam. She also persuaded the Devers to accept Agnes. Christoia, who was born in Miletus, Asia Minor, had been influenced by Persia's culture since childhood. She was not too resistant to polygamy. Back then, Cyrus the Younger had more than 10 favored concubines. Moreover, as a successful merchant, she knew the importance of Ligwam's allegiance to Daionia's trade. The Devers were finally persuaded to marry the 21-year-old Agnes of Ligwam into the official residence of the Archon of Daionia. Ligwam also successfully joined the Daionia alliance. This matter shocked the entire Greek Empire. When Dionysius received the news, he was leading his army to besiege Sauris. He had already ordered a retreat, but he gave a new order: blow the bugle horn to attack. In these 2 years on the land of Asia Minor, the Greek allied army, led by Dicratus, created a lot of trouble for Persia. Thus, in 396 BC, King Artaxerxes of Persia, under the suggestion of his mother, appointed Conon of Athens, who was temporarily living in Persia, as the commander of the Persian navy. Conon was originally the commander of the Athens navy. In the Battle of the Ram River, he suffered a crushing defeat to Sparta's Lysander, which ultimately led to Athens' surrender to Sparta. Conon fled to Persia and never forgot to take revenge on Sparta. Thus, he often tried to curry favor with the queen mother of Persia, Palusatis. Now that he finally had military power in his hands, he immediately led 300 Persia warships and actively cooperated with the Persia's land forces. Soon, Sparta's army suffered heavy casualties and fell into a predicament. Thus, Persia proposed a truce and peace talks, but Sparta refused. At this time, Sparta, who was already the overlord of Greece, was unwilling to accept peace talks when they were in a passive state. Not only would the terms of the peace talks be very unfavorable to Sparta, but it would also damage the prestige of Sparta among the Greek city-states. Thus, the Council of Elders decided to send King Agesilaus to replace Dicrates and start a bigger war in Asia Minor. Agesilaus had always shown his amiable and humble side in front of the Sparta people. However, under the mask of obeying Sparta's traditions and laws, he hid an ambition that no one knew. He longed for great glory and worshipped ancient heroes. He hoped to use unprecedented victories to make the world forget his lame foot and only remember his achievements. So when he received the order from the Council of Elders, he already saw himself as this era's Agamemnon to conquer the new Troy, which was Persia. Thus, he led a part of his army to the city of Aulis, located in the Boeotia region. The most famous city-state in this region was the Thebes, to offer sacrifices to the temple of Artemis, just like Agamemnon, the king of kings, had done before he led all the Greek armies to cross the sea to attack Troy. However, during the solemn worship process, the Thebes appeared. They claimed that the Sparta's actions did not inform the Thebes and forcibly stopped the ceremony. This incident cast a shadow over the already tense relationship between Sparta and the Thebes. For the extremely proud Agesilaus, this was a great humiliation. From then on, he remembered the Thebes. In the end, Agesilaus led an army of 2,000 new Sparta citizens and a 30-man military council, including Lysander, and quietly crossed the sea to Asia Minor and settled in Ephesus. Chapter 340. As the Sparta hero who defeated Athens, Lysander had once set up a puppet regime loyal to Sparta in Athens' sea allies. Now that he had come to Asia Minor, the authorities of these city-states fought to visit him, follow him around, and make various requests to him, as if he was the real king and Agesilaus was just a follower. But soon, Lysander had a taste of Agesilaus' power. Any request he made to Agesilaus, even if it was reasonable, was rejected by the Sparta king. Agesilaus even secretly sent people out to spread the news that Lysander was just an ordinary member of Sparta's 30-man military council and had no power. As a result, Lysander's promises to these people were ultimately unable to be fulfilled, causing the authorities of these city-states to realize that the situation had changed, and they turned to please Agesilaus. Agesilaus' distance from Lysander made Lysander feel uneasy. He finally realized that he had been blind in the beginning. This new king was definitely not a mediocre person who could be manipulated by others. At that moment, Lysander was no longer the glorious Sparta hero from a few years ago. The failure of his plot to overthrow the Sparta system and the wariness of the other people in the Elder Council had caused him to be stripped of his real power. In the end, he had no choice but to take the initiative to propose to Agesilaus that he was willing to head to the Hellespont Strait and rope in the city-states that had previously been dependent on Persia. Agesilaus agreed to his request. After dealing with the ambitious Lysander, Agesilaus began to show his military talent. He was more flexible in using troops than Deiocritus. He moved back and forth between the territories of the two Persia governors, Tisaphnes and Phanabazos, causing the Persia army to be at a loss. In the Battle of Sardis in the spring of 395 BC, Tisaphnes's army suffered heavy losses. Due to this fiasco, the mother of Artaxerxes of Persia, Palasatis, finally seized the opportunity to have her son remove Tisaphnes from his position and finally execute him, thus avenging the death of her youngest son, Cyrus the Younger. When the news reached Agesilaus' army, the mercenaries who had experienced the great retreat of 10,000 cheered thunderously. Xenophon even wrote a letter to the Devers in Turiae to express his joy and admiration for Agesilaus, the king of Sparta. Agesilaus' military campaign in Asia Minor put a lot of pressure on Persia. The king of Persia had to mobilize troops from other regions to deal with Sparta's attack. As a result, other regions were left defenseless. In the farthest province of Egypt from Persia, the Egyptians who had been resisting Persia's rule finally seized this opportunity. Under the leadership of Achaeus, they successfully drove out the Persia, achieved independence, and rebuilt the kingdom of Egypt. Achaeus also became the new pharaoh. This was the 29th dynasty in ancient Egyptian history. In order to recapture Egypt, Persia sent messengers to Agesilaus many times in 395 BC to propose peace talks, but Agesilaus rejected Persia's proposal. Artaxerxes, the king of Persia, could see that Sparta had no intention of withdrawing from Asia Minor. On the contrary, Agesilaus' ultimate target was himself. So the angry Artaxerxes, under the suggestion of his ministers, sent messengers to Greece and began to bribe the generals and counselors of the city-states who had a bad relationship with Sparta, such as Thebes, Corinth, and Argos. The only condition was that they must go to war with Sparta. The answers of these city-states were very similar. Even without the money, they were eager to go to war because Sparta was too overbearing. Not only did they not respect them, but they also repeatedly harmed the interests of their city-states. Under the urging of Persia's messengers, these city-states began to quietly discuss forming an alliance. Among them, the Thebes were the most enthusiastic about declaring war on Sparta. They began to provoke their own ally, Rhoecles, into a conflict with Phocis, the ally of Sparta. When Phocis finally invaded Rhoecles, the Thebes declared that Phocis had invaded their ally, and in order to protect their ally, they declared war on Phocis. Thus, the Thebes gathered an army to invade Phocis' territory. The weak Phocis had no choice but to ask for help from Sparta. Although Phocis was small, it was an important city-state in the region of Delphi, which was conducive to Sparta's involvement in the religious affairs of Delphi. Moreover, the Spartans still remembered the Thebes' contempt and destruction of their temple sacrifices before the expedition to Persia. Thus, they were very happy to find a reason to attack the Thebes, and immediately decided to punish the Thebes for their disrespect toward Sparta. Thus, the Sparta army divided into two groups to invade the Thebes. One group was led by another Sparta king, Pausanias, to the north, while the other group was led by Lysander, who had already returned to Sparta, to Phocis to organize a local coalition army to attack the Thebes from the south. Lysander completed his task quickly and excellently, and even instigated the Ocominis in the region of Pyotia to rebel. Faced with the powerful threat of Sparta, the Thebes turned to the nearest powerful state, Athens, for help. After a series of hardships such as their defeat in the War of Peloponnesus, the dark rule of the 30 tyrants, and the restoration of the democrats, the people of Athens shed their former arrogance. At home, they used a moderate system to reconcile the differences between the democrats and the nobles. Externally, they treated their former allies as equals. Under this steady and pragmatic policy, after nearly a decade, the power of Athens quickly recovered. The powerful Athens wanted to break away from the control of Sparta and gain true freedom in military and commerce. Thus, after receiving the request for help from the Thebes, Athens held citizens' assembly. At the assembly, the majority of the citizens voted in favor of an alliance with their former archenemy, the Thebes, and a war against Sparta. In the end, the democratic leader, Thrasybulus, who once led the resistance in a difficult battle and finally overthrew the rule of the 30 tyrants and brought the rebirth of Athens, reported the decision of the people of Athens to the envoy of the Thebes and said in a firm tone, "Although the port of Piraeus has no walls, yet we, the people of Athens, will bravely face the danger and fight side by side with you, the people of Thebes, against the cruel Sparta." The people of Thebes were moved. The two city-states, who had been enemies for decades, quickly signed an alliance, declaring that the Thebes and Athens would form an eternal alliance. At the same time, the troops led by Lysander and Pausanias approached the region of Pyotia from the south and north respectively. They agreed to meet near the city of Haliartus, an ally of the Thebes to the south. However, when Lysander arrived, Pausanias' army was still nowhere to be seen. Lysander tried to persuade the people of Haliartus to betray the Thebes. The people of Haliartus pretended to agree and secretly stalled for time. When the reinforcements of the Thebes arrived, they suddenly left the city and attacked Lysander's army from the front and back with the Thebes army. As the founder of Sparta's hegemony, Lysander died unexpectedly in this sudden battle. However, in the following battle, the people of Thebes failed to completely defeat the remnants of the army that had lost its leader. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. The next day, Pausanias arrived with his army. When the people of Thebes saw that the people of Sparta had the advantage in numbers and the orderly formation of the army, their morale immediately dropped. However, Pausanias did not immediately lead his army to attack. Instead, he set up camp nearby. On the third day, the reinforcements from Athens also arrived. The people of Thebes immediately gained confidence. They formed a formation with the people of Athens, ready to fight the people of Sparta. However, Pausanias did not immediately lead his army to close in on this coalition army, nor did he accept the enemy's challenge. Instead, he summoned his team officers to discuss. Should we start the war immediately or sign a truce? This would make it easier for them to retrieve the bodies of Lysander and the other fallen soldiers. In the end, the people of Sparta decided to call a truce. After the two sides negotiated, the army of Sparta withdrew from Boeotia with the bodies of their comrades. The ordinary people of Sparta were grieved when they saw Lysander's body. They recalled the great contributions that Lysander had made to Sparta and turned their grief into anger. They accused the king of Sparta, Pausanias, of deliberately delaying the meeting time, causing Lysander's death, and his crime of retreating without fighting. The elders of the Council of Elders did not fully defend the king of Sparta because Lysander's death and Sparta's retreat had a huge impact. It directly led to the conclusion of the anti-Sparta alliance by four important Greek city-states: Thebes, Athens, Corinth, and Argos. Thus, the king of Sparta, Pausanias, was convicted and exiled. The people of Sparta realized that this anti-Sparta alliance was a great threat to Sparta's hegemony. They quickly gathered their troops in an attempt to destroy this alliance. The anti-Sparta alliance also quickly gathered their troops in the Isthmus of Corinth, hoping to resist Sparta's attack, then counterattack into Sparta's territory and completely burn down the hornet's nest. Thus, the two sides began a long battle in the Isthmus of Corinth. In the same year, there was also a war in Sicily. The armies of Syracuse and Carthage had been fighting on the northern coast of Sicily for more than half a year. When the time came to 494 BC, the important countries and city-states of the Mediterranean were in a quagmire of war. But Greece had already enjoyed more than 3 years of peace. Early in the morning, Lycasus came to the clinic and started cleaning and arranging things. As a physician's apprentice, he was responsible for the preparation work every day. He firmly believed that only hard work could win his teacher's trust and learn real medical skills. Today, he was in a particularly good mood because he was going to accompany his teacher on a long journey. When Nicostratus, the physician, slowly came to the clinic, Lycasus had already packed the package. Nicostratus, who never liked to worry about trivial matters, only asked, "Did you bring everything?" Chapter 341. Lycasus closed the door and hung a wooden sign that said, "Out closed." "Hey, Nicostratus, you're going out." The owner of the butcher shop across the street waved his knife and shouted. Nicostratus snorted and ignored the butcher. He had always thought that it was because of the butcher's loud peddling across the street every day that the rich were not willing to go to his clinic. He had thought of moving the clinic several times, but the housing prices in Ciudad Crotone were not low. The location of the house he could afford was not as good. Therefore, he had always been rude to this rude neighbor. "How long are you going to be out?" The owner of the butcher shop was used to the doctor's attitude. Seeing that he did not answer, he continued to ask loudly. The well-behaved Lycasus saw that his teacher's face was gradually becoming gloomy and quickly answered for him. "I'll be out for about 20 days, Uncle Marcus." "That's so long." The owner of the butcher's shop exclaimed, "We're sick. What if you're not here?" Nicostratus's face twitched a few times. He could not help but shout back, "Then bear with it and don't get sick until I come back." "It's not up to me to decide whether I get sick or not. It's all a prank by the gods," the owner of the butcher's shop complained. Nicostratus did not want to talk to her anymore and strode forward. "Dr. Nicostratus, where are you going after being out for so long?" Another person asked. This time, Nicostratus stopped in his tracks because the person who asked was a merchant from the bakery. He was a rare and important customer, and every time he came to see him, he would pay a lot of money. "To Turii," he answered seriously. "Turii, you're invited to treat your illness, right?" The merchant saw Lycasus carrying a medical box and said proudly, "The medical skills of our Crotone are famous throughout Greece. Dionia only has a larger territory and can fight wars. In other aspects, it is far inferior to Crotone, which has a long history." His words resonated with the owner of the butcher shop. "You're absolutely right. Those people in the north are actually refugees. How can they have any culture or city-state traditions?" Dionia's influence in Great Greece was growing year by year, causing the ordinary people of Crotone, who were once strong, to feel disappointed. Out of a sour grapes mentality, they always liked to compare some of the advantages of their city-state with Dionia, and then make sarcastic remarks about the people of Dionia in order to obtain some kind of psychological satisfaction. Nyx said a few perfunctory words to Tradus and quickly walked out of his neighborhood. Ignorant. At this time he softly spat out. The rise of Crotone medicine originated from Democritus 100 years ago. When he was young, this Crotone man was determined to become the best doctor in the Mediterranean. He traveled around the various states to learn medicine, and after he finished his studies, he practiced medicine in Athens. Because of his good medical skills, he earned a lot of money. Later, he went to the island of Samos to treat his tyrant. In the end, Persia attacked Asia Minor and Samos fell. He became a prisoner and was escorted to Susa. Coincidentally, the king of kings, Darius, fell ill and he was cured. Only then did he escape from prison and serve the royal family, but he was restricted from returning to Greece. After living in Persia for 5 or 6 years, he missed his distant hometown very much. One day, Darius's queen, the daughter of Cyrus, the founding king of Persia, Atossa, had a lump on her thigh. No one could treat it, and she suffered greatly. Atossa heard that Democritus was a skilled doctor, and with the thought of giving it a try, she invited the Greek to the inner court to treat her, and promised that if he cured her, the queen would agree to any of his requests. As a result, Democritus helped Queen Atossa recover. At his request, Atossa suggested to Darius that Democritus could take Persia's spies around Greece to gather intelligence in preparation for the future conquest of Greece. Darius agreed, and Democritus also vowed to return to Susa. As a result, after leaving Persia, he found an opportunity to escape Persia's surveillance and fled back to Crotone. At that time, although Persia was strong, it had not yet declared war on Greece, and it could not affect the western Mediterranean thousands of miles away, so it could only leave it be. Democritus opened a clinic in his hometown, widely accepting apprentices, and selflessly imparted his years of experience as a doctor, as well as his combined medical skills in Greece and Persia, which greatly improved the medical skills of Ciudad Crotone, and made Crotone's doctors second to none in Greece for a century. However, in recent years, the medical skills of Dionia, like the strength of its alliance, improved rapidly. It was said that some of the difficult and complicated diseases that Crotone's doctors could not solve were miraculously cured or improved by Dionia's doctors. Some Greeks who were not part of the Dionia alliance and were terminally ill tried to go to Dionia's hospitals for treatment, and most of them happily returned to their homes. Just like that, the reputation of the excellent medical skills of Dionia, taught by Pluto, gradually spread as far as Nicostratos knew. Many wealthy citizens of Crotone often went to Dionia's center, Turiae, for treatment. The doctors of Dionia had even set up an organization called the Southern Italian Medical Forum, which was held every spring, inviting doctors from the Dionia Alliance and its allies to gather in Turiae to discuss new medical discoveries and exchange medical skills. Last year was the first year, and the conservative Nicostratos did not attend. However, when he chatted with his colleagues who returned, they said a few words about the novel medical theories and methods they learned from Dionia. After being surprised, Nicostratos began to ponder. Therefore, at the beginning of this year, when Turiae Hospital sent out invitations to its allies, he could not wait to set off. Originally, it would only take half a day to reach Turiae by boat from the port, but unfortunately Nicostratos suffered from seasickness, so he could only travel by land. When they arrived at the north gate, another doctor, Stesippus, was already waiting there. The three of them left Ciudad Crotone, stepped on the soft dirt road, and headed north. The three of them arrived at the pontoon bridge on the Neto River. During the Second War of Crotone, the pontoon bridge was burned down to prevent the Dionia from breaking into Ciudad Crotone. When it was rebuilt, for some reason, the bridge was not only narrow but also less stable than before. Stesippus could not help but complain on the way. The bridge on the Neto River in Turiai is a real wooden bridge. Not only is it wide and flat, but boats can also pass under it. Compared to them, our pontoon bridge looks more like it was built by the natives. Nicostratos did not say anything. He remembered that last year, Crotone had held a citizens' meeting to discuss whether to invite the Dionia to help them build a wooden bridge on the Neto River. Most of the proud citizens of Crotone were against it, and the proposal was not passed. Nicostratos himself was one of them. Like the majority, he thought that it was fine as long as the roads and bridges could be used. The money from the national treasury should be used to repair public facilities such as theaters, arenas, and temples. They could even provide extra benefits for citizens on special occasions. Due to the blessings of the gods, the weather in Greece had been good for the past few years, and the crops had been harvested. Coincidentally, there had been frequent wars in the past 2 years, and the price of grain had risen. After the citizens had saved enough for themselves, they sold grain on the market and made a small profit. Therefore, spring came early this year, and the citizens brought their slaves to plant wheat seedlings in the fields early. Walking on the Croton plains, one could see lush green wheat fields as far as the eye could see. The slaves worked hard in the fields. There was more rain in spring, and the roads became muddy. In order to avoid tripping, Nicostratos and his group walked slowly. They only walked out of Crotone's territory in the afternoon. When they trudged through the slippery mud and their feet began to ache, they saw a flat and wide road in front of them. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Teacher Stesippus, Lycasus, who had never traveled far in his life, shouted excitedly, "Is this the Cremissa Asprostum Avenue that Dionia built?" "That's right." Stesippus glanced at Nicostratos. "Old friend, what do you think of this road?" Nicostratos snorted and did not say anything. He walked straight forward until he came to an empty stone block in the middle of the pedestrians who were resting on the sidewalk. He had a problem with his waist to begin with, and he felt like his waist was about to break after the long walk. Lycasus was young and full of energy. Seeing the bustling traffic on the main road, he even crossed the drainage ditch and tried to walk on the main road. In the end, he was almost hit by a pack cart and was scolded by the coachman. Embarrassed, he retreated back to the sidewalk. Nicostratos only quietened down after scolding him, but after a while he pulled Stesippus and asked, "What's that cart for?" Looking in the direction he was pointing, a 2-horse pack cart with a canopy was heading north at a relatively fast speed. The sides of the tarpaulin were painted with the Dionia symbol, double fork and 3-headed dog. The cars on the avenue deliberately moved to the sides. "That's a mail cart." "A mail cart?" That's what the people of Dionia call it. It's responsible for delivering letters and parcels between the two places. It's said that Dionia has a department dedicated to this, Stesippus said. "That's a good idea. It's convenient for the people of the city," Nicostratos interrupted. "If only Crotone had a mail cart, at least we wouldn't have to run back and forth to deliver medicine to the patients." "It's a waste of time," Lycasus said enviously. Chapter 342. We don't have any other cities in Crotone. It's a waste to use the treasury's money to pay for the mail. If Asprostum still belonged to us, we could consider it. But if that's the case, our roads and bridges would have to be built like this. Stesippus stomped his foot. Indeed, the uneven dirt roads in Crotone could easily cause a carriage to fall apart. Asprostum. It was a pain in the hearts of the people of Crotone. Nicostratus snorted and cursed. "It's all the council's fault. A few years ago, this was the Croton Plains. It was fertile land. Now it belongs to the people of Dionia. We should get going, or we won't be able to make it to Cremissa tonight. Statipus changed the topic and reminded the two. How far are we from Cremissa? Nycstratus asked, rubbing his thigh. He was a little tired, since he didn't come out often. Statipus stood up and looked ahead. He pointed ahead and said, Lycasus, go take a look at that stone tablet. How far is it to Cremissa? Is the distance carved on the tablet? Lycasus walked over, puzzled. After a while, he pointed at the tablet and shouted, 20 miles from Cremissa. Is this it? Yes. And there's a small house carved on the next line. It's written 5 miles. What does that mean? It means there's a station 5 miles ahead. It can provide temporary rest, food, and even accommodation. A passerby beside Lycasus replied, Oh, thank you. Lycasus thanked him politely. Your doctors? The man asked with a smile when he saw the medical box he was carrying. Yes, I'm going to Thurii with my teacher to participate in a medical forum. The doctors of Dionysia have superb medical skills, and they are blessed by Hades. They can save the dying. You have found the right place to learn. The man had a look of understanding. What a coincidence. I'm going to Thurii too. The man's words made Nycstratus uncomfortable. He stood up and said, Let's go. We still have to hurry. They walked on the sidewalk. Beyond the sidewalk were fields of wheat that were being plowed. It was no different from what he had seen before. The difference was that the aqueducts were crisscrossed, wider, and deeper. But the slaves worked with greater zeal, and even sang in the midst of their labors, which their masters did not restrain, and some even sang in reply. Compared to the dullness of the Crotone slaves, the Dionia slaves were more like normal people, and this was not an isolated phenomenon. Almost all the Dionia slaves that Lycasus had seen were in such a state. Lycasus didn't quite understand. He was born in a peasant family, so he knew the life of a farmer very well. Crotone farmers usually had 1 or 2 slaves, as they couldn't afford any more. Since they needed labor to do farm work, they were very dependent on their slaves. Unlike the various workshop owners in the city, who desperately squeezed them, the slaves were treated as part of the family. When Lycasus was a child, he had been carefully taken care of by his family's slaves. He had always thought that the simple and honest old man Thrace was more like a father than his own father. The Crotone farmers treated their slaves well enough. Could it be that the Dionia people treated their slaves better? Lycasus felt that it was somewhat impossible. He wanted to ask Statius, but when he turned his head, he saw that the two of them were discussing medical matters. So he had to give up for the time being. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the man who had spoken before walking not far behind them. His heart skipped a beat, and he slowed down his pace. My name is Lycasus from Crotone. Thank you for your reminder. My name is Caldius, a Silesian. The man smiled warmly. I have been to Turis many times, so I know more about Dionia. If there is anything you don't understand about this city-state alliance, feel free to ask me. The man seemed to have read his mind. Lycasus scratched his head in embarrassment and asked, I don't understand why these slaves are so happy. Caldius looked in the direction that Lycasus was pointing and saw the slaves singing in the wheat field. He thought for a moment and said, That's because they have hope. Hope? Caldius' expression became solemn, and his voice was slow and long. The great Pluto once said, Everyone's fate is different. Some are born rich, some poor, some unfortunate to become slaves, and some lucky to become nobles. But as long as you always have kindness in your heart and don't give up when your life ends and you are judged by Hades, in the face of the golden scales of justice and selflessness, status and wealth in life are only illusory. What truly decides each person's soul is to go to the beautiful Elysee or the terrible hell. This is what you do in your life. The good go to the Elysee and the evil go to hell. The hard work can enjoy music and food, and the easy work and hate work will forever be forced to do hard labor. Lycasus was stunned. You mean these slaves work so enthusiastically for the sake of entering the Elysee in the future? It's not entirely because of this. Chaldeus said softly. The consul Devers of Dionia, who have the blood of the Hades, were inspired by the Father and passed a bill in the Senate. Every year on the Hades celebration, the slaves of the city-state who have performed well will be granted freedom. And the Devers will also grant freedom to their slaves who have performed well on this day. Because the Devers are loved and respected by the people of Dionia, they are influenced by the consul. If they have the power to spare, they will also consider granting freedom to the private slaves who have contributed to their family. I remember that last year a Nubian slave was sent by his master to the port market to buy goods. He rescued 2 children from drowning in the Kakrati River. Not only was the father of the children willing to pay for his freedom, but the people of the city unanimously asked for his freedom. So you see, with such an atmosphere in Dionia, how can these slaves not do their best to perform? Lycasus nodded. Although the Crotone also granted freedom to their slaves, they did not use a bill like Dionia to enact it. Moreover, the number of times the slaves were released was so high and so many. In fact, there was another reason that Chaldeus did not understand. Although the age composition of the citizens and prospective citizens of Dionia was mainly young and middle-aged, due to the large number of immigrants in Dionia, the number of times the citizens had to participate in military training was more than 10 times that of the Crotone. They also had to undertake some garrison duties. They did not have more energy and time to take care of their own land. They relied more on the slaves. Therefore, not only did they see the slaves as part of their family, but they also had more autonomy in their work, which was more conducive to the slaves' enthusiasm. That's why the slaves of Siloton have been escaping to Kenipatisha from time to time in the past 2 years, Chaldeus added. There was also a large-scale slave escape in Crotone. Lycasus remembered, but it was not to Kenipatisha, but to Asprustum, which is not far from Crotone. At that time, we even held a citizens' meeting and sent people to protest to Asprustum, asking for the return of the escaped slaves. They quickly escorted the slaves back. If the Silotorians and Crotone do not make any changes on the slave issue, there will be more such incidents in the future. Chaldeus sighed. As a Silotorian, he did not seem to be worried about this. Instead, he was happy to see it happen. Of course, the young Lycasus did not think too much about it. He asked another question. All right, you just said those words that Pluto Hades said. Why haven't I heard of them before? There are too many things about the gods that you have not heard of. Chaldea's eyes lit up. You should know that when Zeus and his siblings worked together to overthrow their father, Cronus, and divided the power of their father, Hades, as the eldest brother, could have chosen the sky or the sea as his divine realm. But he chose the dark and damp hell, and thus lived underground for a long time. He created a fair and selfless abode for the weak human souls, and ensured the stability of the world above. Isn't he great? Is that so? Lycasus said suspiciously, everyone knows that Hades was forced to choose hell. Have you ever thought about who passed down the truth that you know? Without the permission of Zeus, the master of the gods, how could such a secret be known to us ordinary humans? Zeus ruled over the Olympian gods, and of course he would use the contents of the rumors to his advantage. Pluto Hades was introverted, and his appearance was a little gloomy. The Greeks did not like him, so they all believed the rumors. Chaldeus said solemnly, but in fact, among the gods, Hades was the most loyal to his duty and kept to his place. Zeus, wanton and willful. Poseidon, violent and ruthless. Ares, crazy and bloodthirsty. Hermes, mischievous and playful. Hephaestus, drunken and promiscuous. Apollo, proud and sinister. Only Hades. Have you ever heard of anything bad happening to him? After listening to Chaldea's words, Lycasus felt a little dazed. He covered his forehead and said after a long time, he took Demeter's daughter, Parspone, as his wife. Chaldeus had a look of, I knew you would say this, on his face. He explained seriously, No goddess was willing to go there because of the harsh underground environment. Hades had no choice but to take a wife for himself by force. Note: the description of the stone tablets in this chapter is not from the modern era. In the early days of the Roman Empire, there were humanized designs for the stone tablets, very similar to the signs of today. Roman merchants also sold a kind of iron cup to travelers, engraved with detailed road maps of each province to facilitate travel. Chapter 343. But Hades doesn't just rob randomly. Persephone has the power of her mother, Demeter, and can help Hades control the underground resources. Moreover, Persephone is beautiful and kind and can pacify the restless souls in hell. Facts have also proven that Hades and his wife Persephone have always respected and loved each other, far better than Zeus and Hera or Poseidon and his queen. They rule hell fairly and strictly, upholding the good and punishing the evil. The people of the world are afraid of the punishment after death, so they don't indulge too much in life, and our city-state society is stable. Therefore, Hades is the god who has helped us the most. Chaldas said sincerely. Chaldas' words completely reversed Lycasus' understanding of the gods. He wanted to refute, but he felt that Chaldas' words made some sense. After a while, he murmured, "Are you the priest of Hades?" "I wish I was, but I'm not," Chaldas said regretfully. "I'm a merchant. A year ago, when I went to Thurii to do business, I fell seriously ill and almost lost consciousness. My despicable slave even stole my purse. I thought I would quietly go to Hades in a foreign land." Chaldas was immersed in the memories of the past. "But when I woke up, I found myself on a warm bed in the side hall of the Temple of Hades. The saintess in white robes served me with food and medicine, and the kind priest came to visit and comfort me from time to time. I quickly recovered. Not only did the priest of Hades not ask for money from me, but he even gave me money to go home. The great Hades saved my life." Chaldas sobbed, and his eyes were a little wet. "Later, I learned that the Temple of Hades didn't just treat me like this. They treated every Greek in danger with the same kindness. Tell me, is there any other temple that treats its people as well as the Temple of Hades?" No. After listening to Chaldas, Lycasus couldn't help but yearn for the Temple of Hades in Thurii. "That's why I've decided to go to Turin and serve Hades," Chaldas said with determination. "In the future, I will return to the west courtyard and build a temple for Hades." At dusk, Nisostratus and his entourage arrived at the southern bank of the Umbria River. They crossed the wooden bridge over the river and entered the city of Cremissa. "I've asked all the hotels here, and they're all full. How are things on your side?" Nicostratus knew that something was wrong when he saw Statipus walking over with a dejected look on his face, but he still held onto a glimmer of hope. Statipus shook his head. "It's the same for the inns in the northern part of the city. I heard that it's because the marriage festival of Dionia is coming. Many engaged men and women in the city of Aspustum have to rush to the Temple of Hera in Thurii to attend the wedding ceremony, so the hotel rooms are fully booked." The sky was about to turn dark. The two of them were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Were they going to sleep on the streets tonight? Thinking of this, Nicostratus subconsciously hugged his frail body tightly. "I have an idea." At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Seeing that the person who spoke was the Solidian he didn't like, Nicostratus couldn't care less about being reserved. "What is it?" "Come with me." Chaldas smiled mysteriously and brought them to a place. "This is a temple." Nicostratus looked at the building in front of him in confusion. Its shape was similar to the temples Nicostratus had seen before, but it was also different. There were no walls. "This is the Temple of Hades." Statipus had stayed in Thurii after all. "What are we doing here?" Nicostratus suddenly felt nervous. The eerie and terrifying Hades was the master of the night. "Lodging," Chaldas said and walked straight in. Lycasus followed closely behind, excited and curious. After understanding the situation, the priest of the temple readily agreed to let them rest in the temple. However, the empty rooms in the side hall were already full, so the priest brought them to the main hall. Nycstratus and the others were still a little afraid. Would they disturb Hades? The priest said with a smile, Hades is kind and willing to help the people in need, as long as they don't pollute the environment in the temple. There were actually people resting on the floor in the main hall. Nycstratus and the others were relieved. The priest even asked the believers to provide them with blankets and hot water. Even Nycstratus, who had never come into contact with the temple of Hades before, praised Hades for his kindness. That night they slept peacefully. Of course, the main hall they slept in was on the side of Elysium. No one dared to sleep in the hall on the other side of Hades. The next morning, after thanking the priest, the group left the temple of Hades. As Nycstratus' back was still aching, Statipus suggested taking a carriage. So the group went to the carriage shop. Unexpectedly, the business here was also very good. There were no empty carriages until a carriage from Asprustum alighted for people. Only then were they able to pay and board the carriage. There was a young man and a woman in the carriage. The woman held the man's arm intimately and did not let go of the strangers. This irritated the conservative Nycstratus, and he cursed inwardly. The people of Dionia are barbaric and not familiar with traditional Greek etiquette. Caldus, on the other hand, often traveled in Dionia and was used to the sight of Dionia women in public, so he took the initiative to talk to them. After exchanging pleasantries, they found out that the man was called Ephialtes, and he became an official citizen of Dionia last year. He lived in Asplustum, while the woman was born and raised in Asplustum. When Dionia signed the peace treaty with Crotone, her family was one of the few who chose to stay, and they seemed to be doing quite well. This made the people of Crotone in the car feel a little uncomfortable. The carriage had only traveled a short distance when it stopped. Loud noises could be heard coming from outside the carriage. Statipus lifted the tarpaulin at the front of the carriage and asked the driver what was going on. There's a square in front of us. Those damn rich and nobles have gathered there and are causing trouble. They've blocked the road. The driver said angrily, We have no choice but to take a detour. After Statipus sat down and explained the situation, Nycstratus became interested. Why are the people of Cremissa causing trouble? I know a little, Caldus said after some thought. Cardius thought for a moment and said, Since last autumn, a small number of people in the city of Crimea have begun to protest outside the city hall near the square, asking to reconvene the General Assembly and give the citizens the right to participate in politics. I didn't expect that there would be so many people protesting outside the square this year. The citizens of Dionia should have done that a long time ago. Which city in Greece doesn't hold a citizens' meeting? Only Dionia is an exception, Nycstratus said, venting his anger. Syracuse doesn't have one either. Lycasus interrupted. Shut up. Nycstratus glared at him, then loudly expressed his opinion. A city without a citizens' meeting means that the people have no right to participate in politics. That's a dictatorship. A dictatorship can't last long. Of course, the citizens have to rise up and even overthrow it. Statipus pulled him to stop him from continuing. After all, they were only here to participate in the forum and exchange medical knowledge. It was not appropriate for them to spout nonsense and get involved in the internal disputes of Dionia. Ephiart's face was already red from holding back his anger. He retorted loudly, Only the stupid people of Cremissa would do such a stupid thing. No one is causing trouble in Asprustum. No one is causing trouble in Amendolara. No one is causing trouble in Turiae, not even in the Grimentum. It's because of the rule of the Lord Devers that we can turn from refugees into citizens. That's why we can own land and enjoy peace. The priest of Hades is right. We have to be grateful. It's the same for Crotone. I heard that the war in Greece has been going on for a year. The people's lives are very difficult. Why has Greece been able to enjoy such a long period of peace? It's all because of our great commander, the divine Devers of Hades. Ephiart's words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. Although Nycstratus was harsh with his words, he was only a doctor, not a public speaker. He was not good at arguing with others until his face turned red. Seeing the young man's aggressive attitude, he cowered and muttered in a low voice, "Another Dionysius." At this point, the atmosphere in the carriage became silent. The carriage went around the square, exited through the south gate, and returned to the main road. The public carriage that Nycstratus and the others were riding in was a four-wheeled carriage with 2 horses. It could seat up to 6 people. The carriage was covered with a leather hood, and there were small windows on both sides, so there was plenty of light. The wooden seats were padded with relatively soft cloth and fur, which could slightly reduce the vibration transmitted from the friction between the wheels and the ground. Even though the roads of Dionia were far better than those of other Greek city-states, it was still inevitable that the carriage would jolt. The most troublesome thing to the passengers was the noise. To prevent the wooden wheels from cracking after a long period of use, they were fastened with iron rings on the outside. When the wheels turned, the iron rings would come into contact with the stones on the road, and the noise would be quite loud. Chapter 344. However, these carriages could not be driven and carried at will. There was a civilian organization, the Carriage Guild, which specialized in managing the public carriages in the Dionia Alliance. Only those whose driving skills and carriage equipment passed the examination could be qualified to operate the carriages. Otherwise, if they were found to be carrying passengers without permission, the patrols would come looking for them. Moreover, Dionia had also promulgated a special law on the situation of vehicles driving on the main road. It was said to have been proposed by the Devers. All vehicles on the main road must drive on the right. In this way, the traffic on the main road would not interfere with each other. Not only was the probability of accidents on the main road reduced, but the speed of the carriages was also naturally increased. Of course, Nyx and Tratus did not pay attention to the details behind the carriages. They enjoyed the speed of the carriages. After an hour, the carriages entered the swamp area of the Crocoli River. No, it had now been renamed as the Crocoli River Plain. After more than 2 years of hard work, the people of Dionia had successfully transformed the area. They built dams on the flat riverbanks of the Crocoli River, dug ditches, drained and filled in soil, and dried and burned the land. The swamp, which was originally wet and filthy with snakes and insects, had been developed into fertile, high-yield arable land. Even the senators of the Senate were envious. The Devers stood their ground and fulfilled their original promise, distributing part of the land to the freedmen who had participated in this long project. Because of this merit, almost all of them had successfully become probationary citizens of Dionia. Someone in the Senate had once proposed to build a small city on this land. This idea was strongly opposed by the governor of Cremissa at the time, Scombras. His reason was that Cremissa had spent manpower and material resources to support the transformation of the swamp, and the construction of the Cremissa Castellan Avenue also gave Cremissa the ability to manage this new small plain. Under his insistence, the Crocoli River Plain was placed under the jurisdiction of Cremissa. This made the originally small city of Cremissa suddenly jump in strength to the forefront of the cities of the Alliance of Dionia. This also caused some natives of Cremissa to feel that their status had risen, and they wanted a share of the land of the Crocoli River Plain. Of course, the Senate would not allow them to act rashly. This was also one of the reasons for the disputes among the people of Cremissa. There were also large tracts of farmland here, but unlike the Crocoli River Plain, the newly developed land was still overgrown with weeds. Under the blessing of the goddess of spring, Persephone, the fields were full of colorful wildflowers, making the land even more colorful. In the distance, there was a village vaguely visible, and smoke could be seen from the chimneys. The sounds of children playing, parents scolding, chickens crowing, and dogs barking could be heard from time to time. It was a scene full of vitality, Lycasus, who had been watching the outside world through the window of the caravan, suddenly focused his eyes on a few shepherds who were driving a large herd of cattle to drink water by the river. Their attire was different from the Greeks, but it was so familiar to Lycasus. "Those are the Brudi!" Lycasus cried out with a stab of pain in the depths of his memory. When he was a child, he had seen the Brudi people burning and looting on the Crocoli River plain, so the memory was still fresh in his mind. Nixtratus also looked out of the window in shock. There's nothing strange about it. The Brudi people don't just live in the mountains in the west. They also live in other places within the Dionia alliance. Even in Espustum, there are Brudi people who came down from the upper valley of the Neto River. Here, the Crocoli River plain, is the place with the most Brudi people other than the Brudi Mountains. It is said that there are several tribes here, Ephiart said proudly. Lycasus stared blankly at the few Brudi shepherds who were talking freely by the river. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. To the young people of Crotone, the Brudi people were nightmares that their parents used to frighten them to make them obedient when they were young. Now, they were citizens that had been conquered by the Dionia alliance. "I heard that there have been battles in the Brudi region for the past few years," Nixtratus said casually. "There are no battles. It's just some small conflicts between the various Brudi tribes over land. The governor of Cosenza easily solved it for them," Ephiart explained. Nixtratus laughed coldly, and the carriage returned to its usual silence. In this narrow space, the people of Crotone and the people of Dionia did not seem to get along easily. The carriage entered the city of Castellan before noon. The driver needed to rest the tired horses for a while to recover their strength. At the same time, they had to be fed with pasture and water, so the passengers had an hour to rest. Nixtratus, on the other hand, was discussing with Statipus whether they should hire another carriage to send them to Turiae. He could not stand the strange sense of pride that came from the Dionia citizen, Ephiart, who was also in the carriage. Caldus watched as the 3 Crotone people rushed into the carriage. He shook his head helplessly and turned around to walk to Christoia's restaurant not far away. Fortunately, there were still empty seats in the restaurant. As soon as he sat down, he saw Ephiart and his fiancée enter the restaurant. He greeted the two of them and began to order. 2 years ago, the blacksmiths of Turiae invented the frying pan, after countless experiments under the guidance of the Devers. Christoia's restaurant quickly introduced a series of fried food made with olive oil, and it quickly became popular throughout the Dionia alliance. Caldus ordered a fried codfish and 2 rolls of honey. Not long after, the golden fried codfish and fragrant bread were served on the table. Already hungry, he couldn't wait to grab the warm bread and take a big bite. The crispy and soft bread mixed with the sweet fragrance of honey stimulated his taste buds and made him even more hungry. He quickly picked up the knife, cut a piece of fish, forked it, and put it in his mouth. Caldus quickly finished his lunch and stroked his bulging belly with satisfaction. He then wiped the cutlery clean, arranged it properly, and bowed solemnly. It was said that this set of cutlery was invented by the consul Devers of Dionia, inspired by Hades. Caldus had no doubt about it. Wasn't that little fork with only 2 teeth Hades' double fork? The waiter removed the plate, and Caldus ordered another glass of wine. He sipped the tea while listening to the other diners chatting. As a person who had traveled to the Dionia alliance many times, Caldus could tell that most of the diners in this restaurant were locals of Castellan. Although the Greek pronunciation of each Greek city-state was more or less different, the pronunciation of the Dionia people was undoubtedly the most unique. Since they treated the Licarians, the Brudi, and the Thracians equally into the alliance and became citizens of Dionia, their respective cultures had constantly collided and merged. Even the accent of their speech had changed a lot. From time to time, a few unfamiliar words from the Licarian or Brudi language would pop out. This was the basis for the people of Crotone and Tarentum to regard the people of Dionia as barbaric. Caldus did not have such discrimination. Most of the things these people of Castellan talked about had nothing to do with the city they lived in, Castellan. Instead, it was about their neighbor, Turin. Something about how lively the upcoming wedding festival was. How beautiful was Agnes, the second wife of the consul Devers of Dionia. How did the Devers satisfy the needs of their two beautiful wives? The Dionia Medical Forum was about to be held in Turin, which doctors of Castellan were going to participate. Wait a minute. Some people talked mysteriously. It was said that Dionia was going to start building its first stone bridge. Some people talked excitedly. The newly completed third arena in Turin was going to be dedicated to football matches. Some people bragged. Last autumn, I went to Cosenza Plateau and saw how spectacular the horse racing celebration was. Some people would retort. Lucaria's sheep fighting competition was more exciting, but more people would say in unison. What was more interesting and exciting was undoubtedly the southern Italian rugby and Dionia football matches. When the diners talked about their city-states, there were more complaints. Some people even declared it would be better to let Castellan become a part of the Dionia Alliance instead of being independent of the Dionia Alliance as it was now. Although it would be freer, it would not be able to get more benefits from the Dionia Alliance. The citizens of Castellan also wanted more land. Not only did no one refute his outrageous words, but it was also approved by a few diners. The influence of Dionia in Greece was getting bigger and bigger. Caldus thought with a sigh. He estimated the time, left the restaurant, and walked to the carriage house. Next to the carriage he was in, he saw the three dejected people of Crotone. It turned out that the carriages in the carriage house had all been hired. Many of Castellan's fiancés and citizens wanted to go to Turin to participate in the wedding festival of the Shrine of Hera. So, the 6 of them were still on the same road, speechless along the way. After 3 hours of bumpy ride, the carriage finally stopped. "We've arrived," the coachman shouted. Lucasus looked out and saw a crowded crowd, towering sentry towers and a long wooden bridge. "This we shouldn't have arrived at Turin yet, right?" Lucasus said doubtfully. Chapter 345. Then the other 4 got out of the car and moved forward. People coming from the south had to cross the Crati River and enter Turin. There were 2 ways. The first was to enter the southern part of the city and take a boat from the dock to the main port of the Turin city. This was mainly for citizens of Dionia and visiting envoys from other cities. The second way was to cross the wooden bridge to the west of the southern part of the city, reach the delta where the 2 rivers converged, then cross the wooden bridge to the north bank of the Crati River and finally enter the main city. After passing through the sentry post, the trio stepped onto the wooden bridge. Unlike his teacher, Lycasus stomped his feet curiously and patted the railing. From time to time, he craned his neck to look at the boats passing under the bridge. Suddenly he yelled, "Look, what are they doing?" Nick Stratos looked in the direction of his finger. Not far from the bridge, there was a group of teenagers swimming in the river. They were not playing in the water. Instead, they were in several groups, one after the other, rushing to swim from the north bank to the south bank and back. The Greeks were a race of the sea, and there were many people who were good at swimming. However, it was rare to see every child wearing leather armor in such an intense and exciting swimming scene. "Are they in a competition?" Stesippus said uncertainly. "They are in military training." A middle-aged man with a broken right arm, who had been leaning on the railing for a long time, interrupted. Stesippus looked him up and down and asked curiously, "Military training?" "They are all students of the Turin Academy. According to the requirements of the Dionia education law, besides learning knowledge, they also have to undergo military training," the middle-aged man explained. "It's too cruel for such young children to be forced to do such dangerous exercises. What if they drown because of their physical strength? What if they get hurt by the boat?" Nixstratus said unhappily. In fact, not only were there instructors swimming in the river, there were also a few boats parked on the river, ready to rescue them at any time. However, the middle-aged man didn't explain much. Instead, he said calmly, "Ferocious enemies won't be spared just because they're young. Only by going through strict training can you kill your enemies on the battlefield and not be killed by them." Nicestratus was speechless for a moment and simply walked away quickly. The men of Dionia, be they young or middle-aged, all spoke with an air of disgust. No wonder people called Dionia little Spartans. Their methods were indeed cruel. The middle-aged man ignored the departure of these foreigners and continued to pay attention to the children's training in the river. It was not until the instructor called them to the shore that he crossed the bridge unhurriedly and went down to the riverbank. "Hey, Polyandrus, my brother!" An instructor saw him and came forward to give him a warm hug. Both of them were once soldiers of the 1st Division Aminta's brigade, so it was natural for them to have a deep friendship. "Your son is still performing well as usual. Today he won 1st place in his group in the armed swimming training." The instructor praised him without hesitation. "I saw it on the bridge. I say, Polyandrus, you've been so concerned about your son's military training recently. Are you planning to let him replace you as a soldier of the Legion of Dionysia when he grows up?" The instructor joked. Unexpectedly, Polyandrus nodded seriously. "I want him to join the 1st Division." The instructor was stunned for a moment and then advised, "My brother, although Patroclus has performed well, he hasn't been fighting for several years now. There are more than 10,000 people in the reserve team of the Legion. It's not that easy to enter the 1st Division. Besides, he's not even 18 years old yet. Even if he's old enough to serve in the military, the officers won't be so eager to send a recruit, like him, to the battlefield. It's better to let him train himself in the reserve team to become a qualified soldier of the Legion." Polyandrus thought about it and admitted that the instructor was right. However, he was still a little worried and asked, "I don't know the current situation of the Legion. How long do you think it will take for Patroclus to enter the official Legion after he enters the reserve team, especially the 1st Division?" The instructor smiled. "You should spend more time with your old brothers in the 1st Division, especially our boss, Captain Amintas. He's the most sentimental. Do you know that he's just been appointed as the commander of the 2nd Division this year? If your son wants to enter the 2nd Division, he can just say the word. Even if you insist on letting Patroclus enter the 1st Division, with the friendship between Amintas and Antonios, the commander of the 1st Division, it's just a word from him." Polyandrus silently listened to the advice of his comrade. Indeed, since he was injured, he had less contact with his comrades and officers. Now, for the sake of his son, it was time to make some changes. "By the way, haven't you been studying in school recently, preparing to take the assessment of Turiae and become the village chief? How are you doing now?" The instructor suddenly remembered and asked curiously. Polyandrus smiled bitterly. "I didn't know a word before. Now that I'm old, my memory isn't good. Just remembering those letters is enough to give me a headache. Then you have to work harder. I'm still waiting for you to enter the Senate in the future. Take care of us old comrades." The instructor joked. Polyandrus smiled, which was rare. "Father." Patroclus, who had already changed his clothes, walked over. "School's over." Patroclus nodded. He was almost 17 years old, and he was taller than Polyandrus. Although he was not as strong as the instructor, his body was well proportioned and strong. For students who were about to become adults like him, the school's afternoon classes were no longer ordinary sports competitions and military training. Instead, they were more rigorous and began to practice close to actual combat to prepare for entering the army. "Polyandrus, don't forget what I told you," the instructor reminded him loudly when he saw the father and son walking away. Polyandrus waved his hand gratefully. "Father, what did you say to the instructor?" Patroclus asked curiously. "About you entering the 1st Army." Polyandrus told his son truthfully. Patroclus let out a long whistle. "I heard from Stephos that it's impossible for a recruit like me to enter the 1st Army at the beginning. But I believe that no matter which army I'm in, I'll be the one holding the flag at the triumphal parade. Polyandrus patted the child's shoulder with relief. Although Patroclus had a jumpy personality, he was an extremely confident child. When the father and son left the academy, Patroclus suddenly stopped and shouted, "Hey, Cynthia!" Cynthia, who was going home with her classmates, turned around and smiled at him. Patroclus winked. "The hairband on your head is loose." Cynthia reached out to touch her hair and realized that she had been tricked. She immediately spat and scolded, "Annoying Parlo!" Patroclus laughed and stared at Cynthia until she walked away before withdrawing his gaze. As an experienced person, how could Polyandrus not understand his son's thoughts? It was just that most people in Turin knew the identity of the girl, the adopted daughter of the consul Devers, and he was just an ordinary citizen of Dionia who had just obtained citizenship not long ago. The difference in status between the two sides was huge. However, his son was stubborn and had his own ideas since he was young, so he couldn't say anything. He only hoped that it was just a simple love from the child. When he grew up, everything would change. Cynthia said goodbye to her girlfriend and walked into her home. The servant quickly came over and took her school bag. She immediately bowed to him to express her gratitude. Today, the Devers' residence was expanded again, divided into 3 courtyards. Front, middle, and back. The front courtyard was where the ordinary slaves lived, and the stables were also here. The middle courtyard was where the Devers worked and discussed matters, and there were also slave butlers and office workers' bedrooms. The back courtyard was where the Devers and their families lived. Cynthia went straight forward, and wherever she went, the slaves saluted her, and Cynthia returned the salute one by one. This was the Devers family rule. And although Cynthia didn't understand it, it had become a habit. After entering the central courtyard, she even met Aristyras face to face. Cynthia was more afraid of this attendant of her father. She always felt that his eyes, which were less black than white, seemed to have some kind of magic that could see through people's hearts. In comparison, among the attendants of the Devers, she preferred the former scribe, Aristyras. Unfortunately, he had become a citizen of Dionia, and under the suggestion of the Devers, he had passed the union's examination and become a judge in the Turin court. Cynthia pushed open the room in the back courtyard, and a familiar voice came. "Oh, Cynthia is back!" Christoia stood by the garden and looked at her with a smile. Asuna was bending over to pull the weeds out of the flowers. "Mother!" Cynthia called out and ran forward to give Christoia a hug. After a few years of being together, the sexy, elegant, and kind woman in front of her had replaced the image of her mother that was gradually fading in her heart. "Be gentle. You rash little girl. Don't scare your sister." Christoia subconsciously covered her slightly protruding belly and flicked Cynthia's forehead with a reproachful look. "Sister, I apologize for disturbing your sleep." Cynthia leaned close to Christoia's belly and said playfully. Then she suddenly shouted in surprise, "She kicked me. Mother, sister kicked me." Chapter 346. She kicked again. Christoia shouted with a blissful smile. Asuna ran out of the garden, wiped the dust off her hands on her clothes, and helped Christoia sit down with Cynthia. After the 3 women played around, Christoia felt a little hungry. "Cynthia, your brother is back. He's playing with Crow upstairs. Go up and tell them to come down. Let's get ready for dinner." The brother Christoia was referring to was Cynthia's own brother, Adonis. He was 8 years old and was also studying at the Turii school. Cynthia got up and was about to go upstairs when she saw a plate of something black on the wooden table next to her. She asked curiously, "What's this?" "This is meat jerky that your Aunt Andrea smoked with beef and salt according to your father's suggestion. It was specially sent from Grimentum for us to try first," Christoia said. Cynthia grabbed a small piece and took a bite. "It's a little hard." She chewed hard for a while and swallowed. "It tastes good after a while, but it's a little salty. It's good as a snack. Your father plans to use this jerky as part of the soldiers' rations." Cynthia's unintentional words made Christoia's eyes light up. She only cared about the taste. As for using too much salt, she didn't care. Ever since the Devers asked the people at the Dionia school to think of a way to improve the method of drying salt, the production of sea salt had increased greatly, and the price of salt was extremely low. Cynthia stuffed the whole jerky into her mouth and walked around the garden. There was a small altar on the other side of the garden. A stone statue of Artemis smiled with a bow. The statue was exactly the height of a person and was carved very vividly. After Agnes, the Pearl of Lygium, married the Devers, she couldn't forget her time as the priestess of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, even though the Devers made her the chief priestess of the Temple of Hera. After getting her husband's permission, she built a small altar of Artemis in the backyard. She didn't expect Cynthia to become a believer of the goddess. Perhaps it was because the Greeks regarded Artemis as the goddess of the moon, and the night was her world. The name Cynthia originally meant moon, so there was a natural sense of closeness. So Cynthia prayed to Artemis devoutly before she walked into the main building. Seeing Cynthia enter the building, Asuna hesitantly said to Christoia, "Madam, aren't we going to wait for Madame Agnes to come back for dinner?" Christoia was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, "She has to prepare for tomorrow's wedding celebration. She'll probably be busy in the temple until late at night. We don't have to wait for her. With her personality, she won't care." "What about Master?" "Don't wait." The Senate had been in a meeting for the past 2 days, and no one knew when it would end. It's all because of those nobles and merchants who caused trouble in the square, and that damned Polixus. Once this matter was brought up, Christoia was a little annoyed. "Esteemed elders, it's not just in Turiae, but also in Cremissa, Picassus, Armandora, and other cities. Many people have come to the square to protest. Please open the door and listen to their voices. Listen, they are shouting, 'Call for a citizens' assembly.'" Polixus' impassioned speech was immediately interrupted by Antonio's. "As far as I know, in Turiae and Cremissa, there are actually only a small number of people protesting. It's not a majority like you said. Moreover, such a thing did not happen at all in Amendolara and Picosus." "That's right. As a citizen of Armandora, I can attest to the truth of Antonio's words," Scambras said. Polixus had expected that someone would say this, so he sneered, "Just because no one said anything doesn't mean that no one has any objections. The citizens are just hiding their dissatisfaction in their hearts, not daring to express it. Now that I think about it, it's funny. Their demands are very simple and not excessive. Do we really need to be so nervous? As long as it's a city-state established by the Greeks, there will definitely be a citizens' assembly. Even if we go back to the era of kings a few hundred years ago, as long as there is a king, the citizens' assembly still exists. Only a city-state under the rule of a tyrant, because they are afraid of the people. They dare not have a citizens' assembly, just like Syracuse." As Polixus spoke, he turned to face the Devers in front of him and mustered up his courage to ask, "May I ask, honorable consul, is our alliance being ruled by a tyrant?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The Devers remained calm, as if he didn't know that Polixus' words were directed at him. Of course not. The Dionia alliance is under the joint management of the elders of the Senate. The Devers' words were indifferent, without a trace of anger. "Then does the law of Dionia prohibit the holding of a citizens' assembly?" Polixus became bolder and continued to ask. "Of course not." The Devers still answered unhurriedly. "In this case, it's reasonable for the people to request for a citizens' assembly. I hope the Senate will carefully consider this matter and not let the citizens down." Polixus saw that the Devers had fallen into his trap, so he took the opportunity to speak loudly. "Honorable Polixus, holding a citizens' assembly is not an easy thing to do." Cunigurata stood up and said, "The situation of the Dionia alliance is very different from that of the other Greek city-states. Our citizens are not concentrated in one city-state, but in all the cities of the alliance. Just gathering them is a big problem that requires both time and energy. In addition, the citizens of Dionia are not only Greeks, but also Lucarians and Brudi. They don't know what a citizens' assembly is, and they have never participated in one before. If we hold a citizens' assembly rashly, not only will they be at a loss, it is very likely that the order of the citizens' assembly will fall into chaos, and we will become the laughingstock of our neighbors. Kunigarata enumerated the difficulties of holding a citizens' assembly in Daionia. In fact, he had a private thought in his mind. As a powerful person in the Senate of Daionia, he didn't want the citizens' assembly to be held, because he was tired of the times when he was in Turiai. In order to be elected as a general, he had to please the citizens, attack his political enemies, and do things against his will. After being elected, if he was not careful, his political enemies might incite the citizens and force him to step down. It was far better to do things in a down-to-earth manner now, and only need to be responsible to the alliance, to Devers. In fact, there were many people who had the same idea as him, such as Cornelis, Scombras, and so on, some of the elders who had always been in charge of the alliance. Master Kunigarata is right. We Brudi people don't care about the citizens' assembly. As long as we have food to eat, women to sleep, and wine to drink, that's enough. Sidorum pretended to be bold and said loudly, "We Brudi people only believe that whoever is stronger, whoever has the bigger fist, they will obey. We Lucarians are the same. The citizens' assembly is too troublesome. We are not interested." Hemont immediately responded. The other two major forces in the Senate, Lucaria and Brudi, objected, which made Polixus' face a little ugly. But he still didn't intend to give up and continued to say, "It is difficult to hold a citizens' assembly. But if we give up because of the difficulty, is this the way we Daionia people do things? The construction of Turiai, Lao's Avenue, requires us to cross over the mountains. It is very difficult, but didn't we finally finish it after a few years of hard work?" The citizens had been looking forward to the citizens' assembly for a long time. When Daionia was first established, it was faced with a threat to its survival, so it had to unify the minds of the people and concentrate all its strength to defeat the strong enemy. Therefore, it was completely understandable that the citizens' assembly, which took a lot of time and energy, was temporarily stopped. But now, Daionia is stable and prosperous. The people are rich and leisurely, as the Greeks who have a strong tradition of participating in the politics of the city. The citizens of Daionia have always demanded for the citizens' assembly to be held more and more year after year. As the most honorable representatives of the citizens of Daionia, I hope you can deeply understand this point and make the right choice in time. Don't wait until the citizens' dissatisfaction accumulates to a dangerous level before you make a decision in a hurry. That will not be good for the Senate and the alliance of Daionia. Polixus's passionate yet threatening words caused the expressions of many of the people present to change slightly. The Devers looked at Polixus thoughtfully. Now, it is up to everyone to vote on whether to pass the motion to convene the citizens' assembly. The rotating president, Cornelis, announced loudly. As usual, the legion elders expressed their opposition, and so did the Lucanian elders. Most of the elders with real power also disagreed. Those who supported Polixus were mostly elders who had not been put in an important position, and most of them were from the Turiai faction. But among those who supported the motion, the Devers saw Bukos, Peteru, and even the navy commander of Daionia. In Anilos, the Devers narrowed his eyes, and a faint cold light flashed through his eyes. When he came out of the Senate, it was already late. The spring night was still cool, but Polixus's Bolton shirt was completely soaked. That was the result of cold sweat when he questioned the Devers. Although his motion was rejected again, Polixus was now confident, because he saw that the number of people supporting him was increasing. The Devers were only SOSO next time. He thought excitedly, and his steps became more vigorous, and the voices of the elders with him became louder. Chapter 347. The Devers said calmly, "Marigi, have you heard of an ancient saying from the East?" "What saying?" "If the gods wish to destroy them, they must first make them mad." Nyxstratus, Statopus, and Lycasus stood in front of the gate of the Daionia Academy. It was a strangely shaped gate. It was a large, pure white arch with a huge stone ball resting on top of it. A thick, sword-shaped stone tablet extended straight up from the middle of the arch, holding up the arch and dividing the arch into two. There was a sentence carved on the stone tablet. All things have their own rules, and only those who persevere in their search can obtain their secrets. Nycstratus listened carefully to the sentence and nodded. He looked down and saw the signature, Devers. Devers? Which Devers? Nycstratus asked in surprise. Who else? Of course, it's the Archon of Dionia, Statipus replied. This is a place where scholars gather, sacred place. What right does he have to be here? Nycstratus' expression changed, and he was about to say something. Statipus was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Don't talk nonsense. The Devers isn't just an Archon. He's respected by the doctors of Dionia, and even the scholars who study mathematics respect him. It's said that they've received a lot of inspiration from the Devers, so everyone in the academy respects him. Besides, I've heard the Devers' lecture last year. His medical knowledge is indeed unique and thought-provoking. No wonder so many people say that he's the emissary of the gods. If these people hear you insult him here, they'll definitely fight you. I'm not afraid of the people of Dionia. Nycstratus muttered stubbornly. He did not say anything else and walked through the gate with Statipus. Lycasus kept his eyes on the ball on top of the arch. He stepped through the gate with trepidation, but after a few steps he could not help but look back. He muttered to himself, "What's the point of putting such a heavy stone ball on top of the arch? Aren't they afraid that it'll fall?" "Little fellow, you don't understand." A young man in his 20s stood behind the gate, loudly explaining. "The dome symbolizes the land we live in. Wait, are you saying that the ground under our feet is round?" Lycasus interrupted him in surprise. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I always see the sail first when I look at a ship sailing in the distance? You know, as early as 200 years ago. Thales of Miletus once. Forget it. I can't explain this to you in a short time. You just have to remember that the land we live on is a big ball," the young man said impatiently. Then he pointed at the vault and said, "Look at this vault again. What does it look like?" Lycasus took a closer look. "Oh, it's a pair of arms." "That's right. Lifting the sphere with both hands means that humans can transform the earth." The young man said excitedly, "But what will we use to overcome the terrible disaster and transform the earth?" "How would I know?" Lycasus glared at the young man who was forcefully pulling him back. "Do you see the words engraved on that stone tablet?" The young man pointed at the sword-shaped stone tablet and said in high spirits, "It depends on knowledge, on exploration, and on scholars like us who constantly study hard. This gate designed by Sir Devers is too profound." Lycasus sneered, dissatisfied with the young man's boasting. The young man obviously did not notice Lycasus's expression. He was still holding Lycasus's hand and said, "Now, I'll tell you why the stone ball doesn't break the vault and fall. That's because the vault has the characteristic of distributing weight to both ends." As he said that, he picked up a branch and drew a gravity decomposition diagram on the ground. Of course, the gravity of the stone ball can't be completely dispersed. The pressure on the vault still exists, and the support of the stone tablet is the key. Poor Lycasus was completely bewildered by the young man's professional explanation. It was as if he was listening to a heavenly book. Nycstratus, who had been listening to the side out of curiosity, was now completely impatient. He shouted, "Lycasus, it's time to go. It's getting dark. Don't miss the registration." "Yes." Lycasus was so frightened that he pulled his hand back, almost causing the young man to fall. "Registration? Registration for what?" The young man looked at them in confusion. "We're here to participate in a medical forum," Statipus replied. "You're here to find doctors who work with corpses and skeletons." The young man suddenly realized. "Hurry up and go. Hurry up and go." He immediately lost interest in teaching and slapped away Lycasus's hand, as if afraid of being tainted by bad luck. "What's wrong with this man? He's crazy," Lycasus muttered to himself as he followed Stathippus. The trees in the school were lush and green. A small path paved with gravel was hidden in the shade of the trees, and the branches crisscrossed. The three of them had not gone far when they suddenly heard an urgent call. "Careful, don't step on it." Stathippus hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Only then did he see a man curled up on the ground beside him, holding a piece of limestone in his hand. In front of him was a relatively flat paving stone that was densely covered with words and symbols. The man used his body to protect the stone, looked up at them, and urged them with dissatisfaction, "Go away! Go away!" These people are probably scholars from some mathematics research institute in the Stionia Academy. It's said that most of them are from the Pythagorean school of Tarentum, Stathippus explained to the dissatisfied Nycstratos. So, it's this group of lunatics. Nycstratos suddenly understood. The Pythagorean school worshipped mathematics as their god, and often held some strange rituals. Their whereabouts were secretive, and in the early years they had close ties with the nobles of the various cities of Greece. They opposed democracy, so many people regarded them as heretics and avoided them. Dionia actually accepted them. Nycstratos felt a little disgusted. When they saw someone leaning against a tree trunk, looking up at the sky, muttering to himself, someone with lifeless eyes, walking like a puppet, no one knowing what he was thinking, someone who was originally lying on the muddy ground, suddenly leaping up with wild joy and many other strange words and actions, the three of them no longer found it strange. After going around a few tall trees, a small pavilion appeared in front of them. Many people had formed a circle in the pavilion, and there seemed to be something placed in the center. They fiddled with the object while arguing fiercely. Curious, Lycasus approached the pavilion and heard them saying something like, "How long should the span of the bridge be? Where should it be built to ensure the level of the bridge? How many piers are needed to support this bridge? How far should it be? You're here to participate in the medical forum, right?" Someone walked out of the crowd and asked quickly when he saw the medical kit on Lycasus' waist. Before Lycasus could answer, Stathippus had already bowed and said respectfully, "Hello, Dr. Stassicodes." "You are." Stassicodes looked at him in confusion, trying hard to find his name in his memory. "I'm Dr. Stathippus from Crotone, and this is Dr. Nycstratos and Lycasus, both from Crotone." Stathippus immediately introduced himself. "Oh, look at my memory. I'm really sorry. I remember last year you gave a lecture on, the application of aloe in sports bruises." Stassicodes slapped his forehead and said apologetically, "Yes, that was a little bit of my experience from last year's exchange. It's been so long, and you still remember it." Stathippus' face was full of joy. "Of course I remember. Inspired by your lecture, some doctors in our medical school have done more in-depth research on aloe this year, and there have been some new developments which will be mentioned in this forum," Stassicodes said seriously. "That's great." Stathippus couldn't help but cheer, completely forgetting about Nycstratos, who was a little unnatural beside him. However, Stassicodes didn't forget, and he took the initiative to step forward and salute. "Welcome, Dr. Nycstratos." Nycstratos returned the salute in a reserved manner. "And you, Nycstratos, welcome to Dionia Academy," Stassicodes said enthusiastically, and at the same time he led them in the direction of the medical school. "I'm really sorry. Today is my turn to greet the doctors who came to participate in the forum at the entrance of the academy. It's just that I'm a little tired after standing for so long, so I took a break in the gazebo and listened to the Mathematics Research Institute discuss the construction of the stone bridge. I didn't expect to almost miss you," Stassicodes said embarrassedly as he walked. Stathippus was stunned. "You mean the construction of the stone bridge?" Chapter 348. Stratus and Nyx looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. When Nyx turned back to look at the group of people who were still arguing in the gazebo, the feeling in his heart was naturally very different from before. He turned back and looked at Stassicodes, who was walking in front of him. He pulled Stratus over and asked in a low voice, "Who is this man? You have so much respect for him." "He's the, deputy director of the medical hospital in the Dionia Academy. Not only is his medical skills superb, but he's also very knowledgeable," Stratus praised in a low voice. "His medical skills are superb? How is he compared to you?" Nyx did not care about the other party's position. He only cared about the actual medical skills. "I can't compare to him at all. The difference is like the difference between a child and an adult. When you see the patients he treats and listen to his lectures, you'll understand," Stratus said sincerely. Nyx was completely stunned. He felt that his medical skills were not much different from Stratus's. Was this inconspicuous middle-aged man really that good? At night, in a village outside the city of Turii, in a house in the village, after dinner, Stratus asked his wife to pour him a glass of wine. He sat alone in the courtyard, sipping his tea while contemplating the stars. From time to time, he would see the slaves cleaning the farm tools in the courtyard, and the sound of his son reading came from the lit oil lamp in the house. Such a life was so comfortable. Stratus thought back to himself a few years ago and could not help but feel glad that he had made the right choice. He still felt a little guilty for betraying Crotone, but he had done many things for Crotone and Myron, including risking his life to lurk near Nepetia, obtain important information, and make important contributions to Crotone's assistance to Trine in repelling the Brudi. However, his life had always been difficult until he was instigated by Aristyras. After the Devers defeated Crotone, they fulfilled their promise and brought his wife and child back safely. From then on, he began his life in Turii. Under the arrangement of the Devers, he officially joined the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade to accumulate military achievements. At the same time, he secretly worked for Aristyras and served the consul. Until last year, he finally officially became a citizen of Dionia and obtained the land that every Greek dreamed of. At the same time, his child also entered the school of Dionia, and his family also bought 2 slaves to work in the fields. All this happy life came from him making the right choice. Thinking of this, he felt that he should pray to the Hades. In the beginning, he was often plagued by guilt and could not even sleep at night. In the end, he listened to Aristyras' suggestion and went to the confessional in the Temple of Hades, and only then did he gradually get rid of it. Just as he was devoutly chanting the hymn of the Hades, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. "Who is it?" Stratus quickly rushed behind the door and whispered, "Stratus, it's me." A low voice came from outside the door, and it was particularly clear in the silent night. It was the voice of Aristyras. Stratus was startled. Usually, as his superior, Aristyras always called him to his residence to report on the situation and assign tasks. He had never been to Stratus' house in person, let alone at night. He hurriedly opened the door, and under the moonlight, the slender figure of Aristyras appeared in front of him. Aristyras glanced at the courtyard behind Stratus with a serious expression, and then walked in quietly. Stratus hurriedly closed the door gently and found an excuse to drive the slave away to rest. Aristyras stood quietly in the corner of the courtyard. The courtyard wall and the tall willow tree blocked the moonlight from the sky, so his figure was completely shrouded in darkness. Stratus arranged everything properly and immediately rushed over to receive the order. Aristyras did not waste any time and said directly in a low voice, "His Excellency has given the order. The matter you are responsible for can begin to be carried out." Stratus' heart tightened again. The His Excellency that Aristyras mentioned could only be the first person in Dionia whom he feared and was grateful for. Then he became excited again. "Boss, where should we start?" The two whispered for a while. After watching Aristyras leave, Stratus could not suppress the excitement in his heart and suddenly clapped his hands together. Clap! The clear sound of the clapping in the night was welcomed by his wife's shout in the house. "Stratus!" "It's okay, you go to sleep first." Stratus hurriedly comforted her and at the same time told himself, "Calm down, calm down." Although this was a great opportunity to make a great contribution, This matter was of great importance. Moreover, it involved many people. If they were not of high status, then they were extremely wealthy. He had to be careful. Think carefully. Think carefully. Was there any mistake in the entire implementation process? So, Tratus put his hands behind his back and strolled around the courtyard for most of the night while thinking. The next morning, the sky was blue and the temperature was just right. It was the perfect weather for a trip. The residents of Turin got up early, washed up, and ate. They placed flowers in front of their homes and sprinkled clean water on the streets. Then, the men dressed up neatly, and the women dressed up beautifully, rushed to the east gate in pairs. The construction of the Temple of Hera in Turin began 2 years ago, mainly because the marriage festival of Dionia was becoming more and more grand and influential. However, there was no Temple of Hera in the city of Turin. Every time before the marriage festival, they had to go to Heraclea to invite the priest of Hera. Moreover, the venue of the festival could only be Victory Square, which was somewhat inappropriate and not in line with the identity of the center of the Dionia alliance. Therefore, in response to the needs of the people and the development of the city, the Senate approved the construction of the Temple of Hera. However, the cost of the construction of the Temple of Hera was not paid from the national treasury. At that time, the national treasury's money was used for various infrastructure and was already stretched. It was a generous donation from the consul Devers. Due to the example he set and the subsequent donations from many senators of the Senate and some businessmen, the Temple of Hera was completed after more than a year of construction. At that time, the location of the Temple of Hera was also considered. After the Brutty War, the political situation of Dionia was stable. After a few years of rapid development, the number of citizens in the city of Turin skyrocketed. There was not enough open space to accommodate a new temple complex, so it could only be built outside the city. This was also the reason why the Senate began to put the expansion of the city of Turin on the agenda. The people of Dionia went against the Greek tradition of building temples on high places and built the Temple of Hera of Turin on the bank of the Kratai River outside the city, on the flat land between the city of Turin and the port. In the early morning, the people of Dionia gathered from all directions to the Temple of Hera to participate in the annual festival celebration. The sun in the sky had not yet begun to emit its brilliance, but there was already a sea of people outside the Temple of Hera, which greatly increased the pressure on the patrol team responsible for maintaining order. At the same time, as the number of engaged couples who participated in the blessing this year reached as high as 500, the temples of the two gods on both sides of the front of the great Temple of Hera, the goddess of seasons, Ayaz, and the goddess of rainbows, Iris, were filled with newlyweds. Just when the people outside the square of the temple were tormented by the crowding and noise, they vaguely heard the sound of a bell coming from the southwest, from the city of Turin, followed by a strong sound. They knew that the sound of the bell came from the giant 4-ton bronze bell of the Temple of Hades. It rang 9 times in a row. 1, 2, 3. Then the people also shouted in unison, echoing the sound of the bell, counting to 9. According to the legend among the people, the birthday of Hades was September 9th. So not only did Dionia change the annual celebration of Hades to September 9th, but every major celebration, the bell of the Temple of Hades would ring 9 times. The celebration was about to begin. The people of Dionia cheered up. As for why the Temple of Hades, as the king of Hades, could announce the beginning of the celebration of Queen Hera, the people of Dionia had long forgotten about such questions, and they had already gotten used to it. In the past 5 years, the unremitting efforts of Plesinas and his subordinates had made the people of Dionia regard Hades as the patron saint of the alliance, the giver of stability and prosperity for Dionia. The people began to stir because they saw groups of musicians holding lyres, flutes, brass horns, drums, came to the steps in front of the temple and stood neatly. More than a dozen female priests in white robes walked out of the temple and stood in front of the platform. When the melodious music started, the noise also subsided. The female priests began to chant in unison, but it was not a song for goddess Hera, but for her daughter, the goddess of youth, Hebe. Therefore, the new song was cheerful and lively. As the song started in another temple in front of the temple, the goddess of youth, Hebe, dozens of young girls jumped into the square with light steps, dancing along with the beautiful song, and from time to time they changed into various formations and styles. Since the opening ceremony of the Temple of Hades, the spectacular and magnificent dramatic dance shocked the people of Dionia, it had also opened up a new form of art, and the priests of the temples even regarded it as one of the necessary rituals for the celebration of the gods. Looking at the cheerful dance of the girls in the square, listening to the slightly strong rhythm of the music, many women outside the square also began to twist their waists after the song of Hebe. The girls retreated, and the female priests on the platform of the temple let out a gentle resonance, like the sound of nature. The people all stood on their tiptoes and looked toward the temple. They knew that it was time for the main character to appear. Chapter 349. The entire plaza suddenly became deathly silent. The priestess seemed oblivious to the situation outside and slowly walked to the front of the platform without looking sideways. She used a torch to light the brazier in front of her, the raging flames representing the blessings of the gods. She then faced the plaza and gently opened her lips. A gentle and penetrating voice that was hard to imagine came from her seemingly frail body, and the crowd could not help but be intoxicated by it. With her as the leader, the priestesses chanted Hera's ode together. The song was filled with love for children, concern for women, admonition for marriage, and protection of the family. Thus, the song was neither resounding nor sorrowful, but like that of an elder, unhurried and unhurried. After the ode ended, the plaza was still quiet, and the people seemed to be immersed in the teachings of the ode. At this moment, the flames in the brazier suddenly became visibly more vigorous. Hera has shown herself. She's paying attention to us. The crowd immediately clamored, believing this to be a good omen. The priestess Agnes smiled slightly, and this smile was like sunlight shining into the hearts of the people. The great Hera blesses you! As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd finally began to cheer, and melodious music began to play. Couples were let in by the patrol team, and they entered the plaza one after another. The entire plaza quickly became crowded. They began to clumsily dance to the music. The Greeks were a race that excelled at athletics, but not at dancing. The Devers had made a simple adaptation of social dance from their previous world, and had specially trained couples perform it at the wedding celebration last year. It immediately attracted the admiration of the people, and they all fought to learn it. This time, everyone held back their energy and entered bravely, showing off the elegance of their families. The couples kept the beat in the narrow space, taking simple steps, looking at each other, turning in circles, and changing their gestures. Although the movements were simple and repetitive, the crowd became happier the more they danced, and even the people outside the plaza began to sing and dance. In the dance, the wife felt that the husband was even more charming, and the husband felt that the wife was even more beautiful. Everyone was intoxicated, and this was the reason why the Devers had designed this segment. The family was the foundation of the city, and a strong family meant peace. Even the priestess on the platform could not help but move her delicate body slightly, humming softly. At this moment, a lively priestess gathered her courage and asked Agnes in a small voice, "Priestess, this dance was created by the Archon. Do you usually dance with him at home?" The priestess' words caused Agnes' rosy lips to curl into a smile. She was a more traditional Greek woman. When the Lygian people rejected Dionysius's proposal, no one dared to marry her. She had no complaints and silently entered the temple of Artemis as a priest. After a few years, she thought that she would live such a plain life and grow old alone. But Artemis took pity on the beautiful girl. Syracuse's power threatened Lygium's survival. Agnes shouldered the hopes of the entire city and was sent to the unfamiliar land of Thurii. She had thought that the legendary famous general, the wise consul of Dionia, would be a tyrannical person. However, The Devers had surprised her with their gentleness and consideration that transcended this era. But now she put on a stern face and berated them. This is a celebration. By Hera's grace, we must devote ourselves. The priestesses all knew that although Agnes was the chief priest of the temple of Hera, she had a gentle personality and treated her subordinates kindly. She would not get angry, but they still obediently stopped talking and stood properly. In the temple of the rainbow goddess Elis, Ephialtes was currently excited and nervous. Every moment felt like a year. He looked around and found that most of the men and women were like this. Only a young man attracted his attention, but he was sitting upright on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. Ephialtes curiously sized him up, but found that he did not know this person. He did not know that this man's identity was extraordinary. The former prince of Sparta, Leotychides was his name. After living in Thurii for a few years, Leotychides was now a citizen of Dionia and a captain of the First Legion. Under the urging of his old servant, he had found a partner. However, the aesthetics of the people of Sparta were different from that of ordinary Greeks. They liked women with strong bodies, distinct personalities, and could even be described as valiant. Just like his mother, when Leotychides first went to the battlefield, she had personally given him a newly made bronze shield and told him, either use it to fight or be carried back by it. Thus, Leotychides was engaged to a strong-willed, broody girl from Ciudad Abyssinia. Everyone, please line up as soon as possible. The blessing ceremony is about to begin. Once the music starts, follow me into the square slowly, one by one. Understood? The priest in charge of guiding the newlyweds reminded them again. Ephialtes' spirits were lifted. It's finally starting. A soothing, gentle, yet solemn music entered the temple. The priestess holding the flower basket took the lead out of the temple, while Ephialtes' fiancé held his arm and followed. The moment they entered the square, the two were stunned. It was already a sea of flowers. Colorful petals were scattered from the hands of the people at the side of the square, as well as from the hands of adorably dressed children shuttling through the square. They fluttered down and turned into a carpet of flowers for the couple to step on. Outside the square, thousands of people were still waving colorful cloth and cheering loudly for them. There were even friends and acquaintances who directly called out their names and offered their blessings. Under the attention of tens of thousands of people, every couple was excited, as if they had already become the happiest couple in the world. When the music ended, they were already standing at the foot of the steps in front of Hera's temple. Agnes waited for the noise outside the square to die down before saying loudly, "Young men and women, Cupid shot you with an arrow of love. Under Aphrodite's guidance, you fell into the river of love, and under Hera's watch, you came here. Hera asked me to ask the men here, are you willing to become the husband of this beautiful woman beside you? Are you willing to respect her until you grow old? For the new home you are about to build, you won't work, you won't break the law, and you will do your best to become an outstanding citizen of the city, building and protecting your own home." Yes, every man answered loudly without hesitation, because the priest's question was exactly what they were fighting for. "Women here, Hera asked me to ask you, are you willing to become the wife of this strong man beside you? Are you willing to love him, respect him, and take care of him until you grow old? Are you willing to take care of his house, manage his slaves, and raise his children until they grow up to become outstanding citizens of the city?" The delicate women answered with incomparable determination, "Yes." Agnes looked outside the square. "Is there anyone who objects to any of the couples here becoming husband and wife? If there is, please say it now." No one objected. Agnes exhaled softly, opened her arms, and announced loudly, "I now declare that under Hera's witness, you have become husband and wife. I hope that you will love each other from now on, until the end of time. If anyone destroys your marriage and family, then no matter who it is, they will suffer Hera's wrath and the justice of the Dionia alliance. Now, every husband on the field can kiss your beautiful wife." Just as Agnes finished speaking, the flames in the brazier beside her suddenly flared up, flashing with sparks. "Hera! Hera!" The people and newcomers cried out in alarm. At this moment the music started. Compared to the solemn and sacred melody that had been played when they entered, this melody was beautiful, warm, sweet, and full of happiness. Effie Art's wife blushed and closed her eyes. When their lips met, there was only one thought in her mind. Effie Art's insistence on participating in the Turiai marriage festival was the right decision. She had no regrets in this life. As for Leotychides's wife, she opened her eyes and looked at her husband who was kissing her, her eyes glistening with tears. She couldn't help but be surprised. Her husband, who had always been unyielding, was actually crying. She didn't know that Leotychides was thinking of his mother, who had committed suicide due to humiliation, amidst the blessings of tens of thousands of people. At this important moment, he still lacked the blessings of his loved ones. It was already afternoon. The people who had rushed to the temple early in the morning, as well as the newlyweds in the square, were all tired and hungry, but none of them turned around to go home. Instead, they were all eager to try, because the last celebration of the marriage festival was about to begin. When Agnes said the word "splash water," all the people immediately picked up the earthen jars filled with water from the ground and splashed it at the people nearby. The children who had been in charge of scattering flowers now entered the square and splashed water at the newlyweds, causing the brides to scream and the grooms to stand up to protect them. Among the frolicking children were Cynthia, her younger brother Doris, and her schoolmates. For a moment, there was an uproar inside and outside the square, and water splashed everywhere. The people who had finished splashing water rushed to the Krati River next to the temple, scooped up water, and continued to fight. This was one of the reasons why the Temple of Hera was built by the river. After the water was poured on the Krati, the men took off their upper clothes and only tied them around their waists, revealing their strong bodies. The Greeks worshipped physical beauty, and the people of Dionia were no exception. Moreover, the population of this newly established city-state alliance was mainly composed of immigrants, and most of the immigrants were still young. Besides working and living, they had received far more military training than the average Greek city-state. They were stronger, more agile, and more willing to display the results of these training. Chapter 350. The openness and boldness of Dionia women often amazed foreigners who had just arrived in Dionia, and the conservative people would secretly ridicule them as barbaric. But in fact, the formation of this open atmosphere was partly due to the influence of the barbaric style of the Lacanians and Bruttii in the alliance's population. On the other hand, it was also the result of the deliberate indulgence of the higher-ups of the alliance, mainly the Devers. Just think about it. Even the chief priest of the Temple of Hera allowed newlyweds to kiss in public and regarded it as sacred. So it was not a big deal for women to show their bodies in public. The people of Dionia were used to it, and this open atmosphere had also attracted the young men and women of the nearby cities of the Alliance of Dionia, not to mention Castellan. Even unmarried men and women from Heraclea and Metapontum came to participate in the marriage festival. The Devers were happy to see this, as it was a sign that these customs of the new Alliance of Dionia were leading the fashion, and were deepening their influence on Great Greece. At this time, the people were in a carnival of splashing water, and the patrol soldiers became an awkward existence. A patrol soldier avoided the splashing water and suggested to Rodum, "Captain, no one will cause trouble here at all. Why don't we also join the splashing party?" Rodum was no longer the Bruttii youth, who knew nothing about Dionia a few years ago. A few years of tempering had made him different from before. Of course, he knew that once a citizen of Dionia committed a crime and evaded taxes, it would be extremely difficult to enter the army or hold a public office. Unless the people of Dionia were crazy, they would generally not let themselves make such a mistake. But he still reprimanded, "Let's not take any chances. If something really happens and you and I are not on duty, we will not be able to escape the blame." The patrol soldier did not speak, and Rodum comforted him again. "The marriage festival is held every year. If you really want to participate, marry a Greek woman next year. I will give you a holiday. Greek women are not that easy to marry, the patrol soldier muttered. According to the laws of Dionia, there were many policies to encourage foreigners to marry Greek women. It was only after the Bruttii region and part of the Lucaria region, Picassus, were incorporated into the alliance of Dionia that a large number of foreigners became citizens or prospective citizens of Dionia, making Greek women extremely popular. Due to Dionia's development over the past few years, the distribution of land was close to saturation. Seeing that there was no hope of getting more land in the short term, the number of free citizens staying in Dionia's territory began to decrease, causing many foreign citizens to turn their attention to the women of neighboring countries. However, most Greek women and families of Dinia could not accept the proposal of foreigners who were originally regarded as barbarians, even if they were Dionia. Don't be discouraged. If it really doesn't work, you can ask Lord Bagalipi to come forward. Rodham's suggestion made the patrol soldiers' eyes brighten. Leader Bagalipi was now a member of the Senate of Dionia. As the national power of Dionia grew stronger, the attitude of Greece's city-states towards it became more and more respectful. The elders of the Senate of Dionia were naturally respected by these city-states. With the endorsement of Bagalipi, the chances of a successful marriage proposal naturally increased. While the people of Dionia were wantonly celebrating, foreigners also participated in the ceremony, but most of them had the mentality of watching the fun and did not participate. Among them was Hermes of Syracuse. He looked at the scene in surprise. Although the absurdity of the marriage ceremony was not as ridiculous as the carnival of Dionysus, it was more joyful and lively than it. According to his observation during his stay in Thurii, the people of Dionia were strict, rigid, and even a little cautious. When they went out to do things, they would be a little timid when they encountered patrols. They were far less free and unrestrained than the Greek citizens of other city-states. But what he saw in front of him, combined with the intense and fiery rugby games he had watched before, he had to admit that the people of Dionia were also very crazy. Even compared to the people of Syracuse now, the people of Dionia were also a tyrant city-state. Hermes believed that the Devers were tyrants, but the people of Dionia were happier and less depressed. In Syracuse, perhaps because Dionysius was almost ousted by the people before, when the Carthage army, led by Similco, approached the city of Syracuse, he implemented a high-handed rule in the city of Syracuse. He hunted down Democrats, increased the number of patrols, patrolled the city all day long, and searched for suspicious people. These were all carried out by mercenaries. He built a few barracks not far from the city, guarded by nearly 5,000 mercenaries. He also granted citizenship to a large number of mercenaries, mainly Campanians, gave them land near Syracuse, and allowed them to build villages and towns to consolidate their rule. At the same time, for his own safety, Dionysius forcibly moved out the people living on Ogygia Island, leaving only himself, his family, and the courtiers who were loyal to him. He also continuously strengthened the walls around Ogygia Island, built fortresses, and guarded by 2,000 mercenaries that he trusted. He completely treated the people of Syracuse as enemies. Hermes shook his head, suppressing these dangerous thoughts in his mind. In any case, he was now appreciated by Dionysius. Not only was he paid well, but he was also promoted quickly. He did not want to be suspected by this tyrant because of an inappropriate word one day. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Hermes judged that it was about time for Polixus to return. He threw the laughter behind him without any hesitation. According to Polixus's situation in the Senate these few days, the situation was gradually becoming favorable for Polixus. The Devers' seemingly firm power was beginning to waver. It was funny to say that Dionysius's autocratic and oppressive rule made his throne as stable as a mountain. The people trembled in fear, and no one dared to oppose him. On the other hand, the young consul of Dionia was friendly with the people, and his methods were gentle, which made him feel constrained in doing things. Thus, Hermes, Polixus, and the others took advantage of this weakness and acted freely. Of course, Hermes would not feel sorry for the Devers. In fact, if this matter was successful, he would be greatly promoted by Dionysius, and it would not be impossible for him to sit side by side with the important minister Philistos. Thinking of this, his heart was burning with passion, and he strode towards Polixus's mansion. As Agnes walked along the corridors of the mansion, the slaves all bowed to greet her. The slaves' attitude towards the two beautiful matriarchs was different. Christoia was shrewd and capable, and was in charge of the household, so everyone was more in awe of her. Agnes, on the other hand, was the priestess of Artemis and then Hera. Although her personality was colder, her temper was gentle, and everyone respected her. When she came to the wooden door of the backyard, she gently pushed it open and heard a shout, "Happy Marriage Day!" Then a vast expanse of white flew towards her. She could not help but scream, and water was splashed on her, soaking her whole body. The sneak attack was successful, yea. The Devers celebrated with excited adorous like children, while Cynthia snickered at the side. Seeing this scene, Agnes also laughed. As the priestess, she stood high up on the platform, and no one would splash water on her. Looking at the people in the square having such a good time, she would sometimes think enviously, "If only I could splash water on them too." Now her wish had come true. "Mother Agnes, hug me! Mother Agnes, hug me!" Little Crow shouted as he ran over. She did not know why, but ever since Agnes had married him, this child had taken a liking to his new mother. Agnes bent down, wanting to pick him up, but suddenly remembered that her clothes were wet and hurriedly stopped him. Little Crow shouted in dissatisfaction, "Stop fooling around, child." Christoia's words caused Little Crow to immediately calm down. "Sister, go take a bath and change your clothes. Asuna has already prepared everything for you." "Thank you, sister," Agnes replied with a smile. She went upstairs. There was a large wooden barrel in the bedroom, and it was filled with water vapor. She reached out to touch it, and the water temperature was just right. She hurriedly took off her priestess white robe and undershirt and stepped into the barrel. It was impossible not to feel tired after standing in front of the church for a day. The temperature of the water was just right, and her skin was moisturized, giving her a drowsy feeling. At this moment, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her from behind. She was startled at first, but then relaxed. Who else could it be other than her husband? "Agnes, you've worked hard." The Devers spoke gently, his hot breath lightly blowing on her earlobes, making her feel a little numb. "Come, let me see." The Devers' gentle voice carried a sense of urgency. He held her arms with both hands and easily pulled her up. Agnes subconsciously placed her left hand in front of her chest and her right hand below. The Devers gently pushed her hands away, his eyes gradually burning with flames that burned every inch of her skin, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. "Agnes, my wife, you're as beautiful as Hera!" The Devers excitedly exclaimed. Agnes suddenly smiled craftily and poured the water in the barrel on the Devers. "Happy Marriage Day!" Seeing the Devers pretend to be in a sorry state, she couldn't help but laugh, and her trembling body made her even more alluring. "All right, I'll punish you well," the Devers fiercely said, and picked her up, gently placing her on the bed. Under Agnes's nervous and expectant gaze, the Devers tore off Bolton from his body and bent down towards her. "My Hera!" he whispered and kissed her tender lips. Chapter 351. Although it was supposed to be an exchange, it was mainly the doctors of Dionia speaking. The first day was a discussion of medical theories. Not only had he never heard of all kinds of novel medical terms from the mouths of the young doctors of Dionia, but the unique medical theories and discoveries that he had never heard of had completely subverted his previous knowledge and experience. However, he was lost in thought, as if a window had been opened for him, allowing him to see a new and broader medical world. How could he not be excited? Nisostratus did not have much dinner. He spent the whole night thinking about the knowledge he had heard during the day. At this time, he only hated that his memory was so poor that he could not remember everything. As he lay in bed, he recalled what he had heard during the day. So he did not sleep well the whole night. But early the next morning, he pulled himself together and rushed to the medical school with Stasipus. When they arrived at the gate of the Dionia Academy, hundreds of doctors were already waiting there. Of course, they were not waiting for the 2 doctors of Crotone, but for the arrival of the consul Devers of Dionia. At this time, Nicestratus was not as extreme as he was before he came to Turiae. Through the previous day's study and the conversation with other doctors, he deeply understood the high status of the Devers among the doctors of Dionia. Even the foreign doctors who had heard his speech talked about him with respect. This made Nicestratus curious about the Devers, and he waited quietly like the other doctors. It did not take long for the Devers to arrive, accompanied by the dean of the medical school, helps, and a dozen guards. The doctors were in an uproar and wanted to greet them. The guards immediately wanted to stop them, but they were told to back off by the Devers. He smiled and took the initiative to greet them. Stacy Casodas also immediately asked the doctors to consciously observe the order. The Devers knew most of the foreign doctors who had participated in the forum last year, and they were happy to talk to them. The newcomers were introduced by Helps and Stacy Casodas, respectively. The Devers smiled and welcomed their arrival. Clausus, I remember you're a famous doctor from Metapontum. What kind of wonderful speech did you bring this time? Devers said to the doctor in front of him with a smile. Lord Devers, please don't joke around. I don't dare to call myself a famous doctor in front of you. Clausus said humbly, in this sacred place, there are no adults. There are only doctors who save lives and medical scholars. Devers smiled and corrected him. Just call me Devers. Devers. Clausus bowed respectfully and said Corio Pampas of Tarentum was unable to participate in this forum for some reason. He asked me to apologize on his behalf and to express his regret for not being able to hear your wonderful speech. The Devers' expression became a little helpless. He sighed and said, although there have been some small misunderstandings and conflicts between Dionia and Tarentum in the past 2 years, this should not be an obstacle to academic exchanges. After Tarentum and Messapi reached a peace agreement, their strength gradually recovered. They began to feel annoyed with Heraclea and Metapontum for leaving the Tarentum alliance. Of course, they also hated Dionia, who had once rescued them. However, now the powerful Dionia alliance could only make them swallow their anger. The radical representative Diomyrus, who was once ambushed by the Messapi alliance and almost wiped out because of his rash advance, was originally criticized by the Citizens' Assembly and was almost expelled from the city. He originally had no future in the political arena. However, in the past 2 years, he slyly followed the voice of the people and publicly attacked Dionia many times. He condemned the council for being too soft on Dionia. He regained the support of the frustrated people and was re-elected as consul at the end of last autumn. As a result, the small frictions between Tarentum and Dionia began to become more frequent. The people of Tarentum entered the territory of Metapontum many times for no reason. When the fishing boats of Tarentum and Dionia met at sea, there were from time to time quarrels and fights. The goods stacked by the merchant ships of Dionia in the port of Tarentum were often lost and occasionally seized and so on. Dionia's diplomatic envoys went to Tarentum many times to protest and negotiate. They once joked that the time they spent traveling to foreign countries in their lifetime was less than the time they spent in Tarentum. But in general, both sides still maintained restraint. After all, they were still allies. Tarentum still faced the pressure of Messapi and Pacetti and still needed the support of Dionia. It was just that the newly elected general played some tricks to vent the people's depression and respond to the people's expectations of him. As for Dionia, out of guilt for poaching Heraclea and Metapontum, they turned a blind eye and tried their best to keep the peace. Devers sighed in his heart. After greeting the doctors, everyone crowded around him and entered the door. After walking for a while, a man rushed out in front of him. Marcius was shocked and was about to rush forward to stop him. He heard the man shout excitedly, "Devers, it's done! We've done it! We've completed the design of the stone bridge model of the Saraceno River. After testing, there are no problems." It turned out to be Marcius Morris. Marcius slowed down his pace, but this also reminded him. He immediately ordered the guards to patrol around and stop any rash trespassers. At this time, Devers also had a look of joy on his face. "This is great. Give the stone bridge model and data to little Heracrid. When I'm done here, I'll go see your great results. There's another piece of good news. We've designed a new pulley set that allows the arm to lift heavy objects to rotate 360 degrees on the spot. You must come and take a look and give us some suggestions for improvement," Marcius Morris continued. Devers was even more happy and immediately made a promise. Marcius Morris was no longer as ignorant as he was when he first arrived in Amendola. While doing research in the Faculty of Mathematics, he also took on some management tasks. He gave a few reminders and then hurried away. "Who's that?" Nixstratus was curious about the tone of the person who came and talked to Devers. Marcius Morris, the deputy dean of the Faculty of Mathematics, a crazy mathematical genius. A doctor from Dionia said, "Dionia is finally starting to build the stone bridge. This is great." A doctor from Heraclea said happily, "There were many rivers in Heraclea. During the rainy season, the rivers would surge and almost become a swamp. Although they had asked Dionia to help them build a few wooden bridges, most of the bridges were submerged in the water during the rainy season. The people of Heraclea were worried about the durability of the wooden bridges, which had been soaked in the river for a long time. With the stone bridge, they were much more at ease." Nixstratus contacted the deputy dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and asked the young consul for advice. Nixstratus, who had a good impression of the Devers just now, looked forward to his speech even more. Devers stood on the podium, and below them were the doctors sitting upright. Under their expectant gazes, Devers cleared his throat and said unhurriedly, "Since we've already greeted each other at the school gate, I won't do the same thing here." The doctors chuckled. Every doctor on the podium had to introduce themselves and greet their peers. This had gradually become a practice in medical forums. Devers smiled, stretched out his right hand, and clenched it into a fist in the air. "What do you think I'm holding in my hand?" "Nothing at all." This was the thought that immediately came to some people's minds. Before they could answer, Devers said, "Air, it's the ubiquitous air. That's the name I gave it. Although it looks like nothing at all, every human and every animal can't live without it. If you don't believe me, you can cover your mouth and nose with a piece of linen to isolate yourself from the air. Soon you'll suffocate to death. Everyone knows this very well, but why is the seemingly empty air so important to us? What's its relationship with our human bodies? Today I'll talk about this issue. I hope it can make you think." As soon as Devers finished speaking, the doctors widened their eyes and pricked up their ears. Even helps and stesicordas, who were sitting in the front row, leaned forward with excitement on their faces. For air to be in contact with the human body, it must first enter the human body. The entrance, everyone knows very well, is our mouth and nose. Where's the exit? Devers glanced at everyone. Some people will say it's the vagina because there's fart. There was another burst of laughter below. Of course not. It can even be said that the air that enters our mouths has little to do with the fart that comes out. As Devers spoke, he turned sideways to face a wooden mannequin that was the same size as a human. Thanks to the doctors of the medical school for their unremitting research on human anatomy and the exquisite skills of the tourist craftsmen, we've created the most realistic and exquisite model of the human body in the world. Next, I'll use this model to talk to everyone. Chapter 352. Because of this, Dionia was the ideal place for Greek doctors. Devers' pride opened the skin of the model's lower jaw and neck to reveal the passage inside. Look, the passage for the mouth and the nose are combined here, and then divided into two passages. He pointed at the soft tube made of tanned leather. We all know that the nose is used for breathing air, but the mouth not only breathes air, but also eats and drinks water. Air and food go through their own passages. After a long period of observation, the doctors of the medical school thought that this passage was air and called it the trachea. The other passage behind it goes through food and water. We call it the esophagus. Everyone touched the lower part of their necks. The hard and uneven part under the skin was the trachea. The foreign doctors under the podium touched their necks to feel the trachea mentioned by Devers. Some people might ask, if the opening of the esophagus and trachea are connected, wouldn't it be easy for food and water to enter the trachea? Devers said. Seeing many people nodding, he smiled and said, "In fact, this is almost impossible. There is a very soft bone at the opening of the trachea. When we swallow, it will automatically cover the opening of the trachea, preventing food and water from entering the trachea. If you are interested, you can come and take a look at it after the meeting." The craftsmen of Dionia, under the guidance of the doctors, have made this model with exquisite skills. It is quite accurate. However, don't damage it. This model is the treasure of the medical school. No matter how much money you spend, you can't buy it. Am I right, Helps? Yes, Teacher Devers. Usually, we only use it during teaching. Usually, we don't let people touch it. Helps smiled. After hearing what Devers and Help said, the foreign doctors couldn't help but stand up and look at the model next to Devers. The scene was a little messy. Devers continued to ask, "I heard that the young Dr. Kratos from the medical school discovered this cartilage. For this reason, he specially dissected living pigs and sheep and carefully observed the movement and mechanism of this cartilage, right?" "Yes." Helps nodded. "Is he here today?" Devers asked with a smile. "He's here." "Then, Dr. Kratos, please stand up and introduce him to everyone," Devers said loudly with a smile. Kratos stood up shyly after being nudged by his colleagues. Let's give Kratos a round of applause for this important discovery. Devers was the first to applaud, followed by a round of applause. His classmates even whistled excitedly. Kratos was nervous and excited. Lycasus looked enviously at Kratos, who was standing in front of him. The doctor, who looked about the same age as him, was shyly accepting the applause of the audience. When could he be as famous as him in Greece, instead of being an apprentice like a slave? "Kratos, I look forward to you making more discoveries in medicine and making greater achievements." Devers encouraged him enthusiastically. The scene of a young man encouraging another young man with the tone of an elder seemed a little ridiculous, but most of the doctors present did not think so. Kratos, on the other hand, was so excited that his chest rose and fell rapidly. "Oh, okay, Teacher Devers." After Kratos sat down, Devers continued, "If you don't eat carefully and suddenly choke, it's actually because the cartilage did not cover the trachea in time, allowing food to enter the trachea. If a mother comes to you with a baby and tells you that the baby chokes and coughs when drinking milk, it may also be because of this reason." Devers's words were memorized by the foreign doctor, confirming similar cases he had seen before. Air enters an organ through the trachea. After many dissections, the Dionia School of Medicine called this trachea a lung. Devers opened the chest of the mannequin, removed the left lung carved out of wood, and showed it to everyone. In the end, the medical school found that there is a lung on the left and right side of our body. It's like the pig's urinary bladder that children play with. When you inhale, air enters, and when you exhale, air is expelled and the lung shrinks. You may find it strange that air enters the lungs from the mouth and nose, and then exhales from the lungs through the mouth. It seems to be meaningless. But let me tell you, our body is the most precious treasure that the gods have given to the world. It is very wonderful, and it will never do meaningless things. Devers looked around at the doctors in the audience. Seeing that they were all listening attentively, he said seriously, after many dissections, the medical school found that after the trachea enters the lungs, it continues to separate into smaller tubes, just like the branches of a big tree. How big is the trachea that we can see in the end? Devers pulled out a strand of hair from his head and said, "It's only this big." "But what is the end of such a small trachea? Who can tell me?" At this time a young doctor from Dionia stood up. "It's the blood vessels. When we dissected the trachea, we found that many of the same small blood vessels were intertwined with the trachea. These small blood vessels were formed by the continuous differentiation of two large blood vessels from the heart." "Then, what is the use of these two large blood vessels from the heart?" Devers continued to ask. "They come from different parts of the heart. One is responsible for pumping blood into the lungs, and the other is responsible for collecting blood from the lungs. What other obvious differences are there?" "Well, one blood vessel pumps blood out, and two blood vessels collect blood." The young doctor answered hesitantly, "There are differences. Is there anything else?" "Ah." The young doctor blushed and couldn't answer. "Thank you for your answer. What's your name?" "Strobus, from Dionia School of Medicine." "Thank you for your wonderful answer. You said it very well." Strobus, who was slightly depressed, smiled when he heard Devers's praise. "Everyone, the air goes in and out of the lungs, the blood goes in and out of the lungs, and the blood goes back to the heart. If nothing happens, then our bodies are so bored that we're doing these meaningless things all the time. Is it possible?" Devers asked. While everyone was deep in thought, he answered firmly, "Of course it's impossible. The air and blood must have some strange reaction in the lungs, but we can't see it with our naked eyes, just like how we can't see what causes our wounds to be infected. So what is this reaction? How important is it to our bodies?" The doctors all showed great interest when they heard this. While thinking, they pricked up their ears to listen to Devers's next words. Devers smiled. "Although I don't know what reaction the air and blood have, we can discover the existence of this reaction through certain phenomena. Herpes, have you carefully observed the blood of humans or animals? Have you noticed anything different about the blood?" Blood. Herpes was deep in thought. To be honest, Devers had not told him the topic of today's speech. Like everyone else, he was used to transparent air and didn't think deeply about it. In addition, he had been the director of the Ministry of Health for the past 2 years, and he also served as the director of the Turiae Hospital and the director of the Dionia School of Medicine. The administrative work had increased, and he didn't have time to do medical research. Next to him, Stesichordes was also deep in thought. Oh, someone suddenly thought of something and shouted, "It's the color of blood." Devers fixed his eyes on the person who spoke. It was Kratos. He looked at the thoughtful and creative young doctor with admiration, and then quickly retracted his gaze. "Yes, it's the color of blood. Doctors of the medical school, as long as you've done animal vivisection, you'll find that when the originally dark blood enters the lungs and is brought back to the heart by another blood vessel, the blood has turned bright. There are only air and blood flowing in the lungs, so something in the air must have entered the blood, and that's why the color of the blood has changed. And this thing, what does this invisible thing do when it enters the blood?" Herpes, Stesichordes, Kratos, all the doctors, including Lycasis, were staring at Devers at this moment, holding their breath lest they miss a word. Chapter 353. When Devers finished his speech, all the doctors in the audience stood up and bowed to him. Then they began to clap. They clapped with all their might, and the applause continued. The words "wonderful" and "creative" could not describe Devers' speech. He had pushed the medical theories of this era to a more profound and vaster world. If the doctors of the past were only groping their way forward in the dark, then every speech of Devers was like a beam of light that they could follow to move forward. There were no words to describe the shock and gratitude in the doctors' hearts. This was the only way to express their emotions. Even NICU's Tratus was one of them. Although he did not know much about human anatomy, he was finally sure that the true mystery of medicine was here, in the school of Dionia, in the Devers. Devers bowed again and again in return. The applause continued, The 3-day medical exchange forum finally ended. Some foreign doctors left, while others applied to stay to continue visiting and learning. This included Nikius Tratus and Stasipus. For the next few days, they worked as assistants in the Turiai hospital, learning how Dionia doctors treated patients and occasionally watching them perform surgeries. As for the systematic study of medical theories, human anatomy, and so on, the school of Dionia had very strict requirements. Students had to be citizens of Dionia, prospective citizens, or free people who had left their motherland and applied for citizenship of Dionia. At the same time, they had to pass the rigorous examinations of the School of Medicine before they could enter the School of Medicine. The extreme Nikius Tratus had a characteristic. Once he agreed with something, he would be much more enthusiastic than ordinary people. He was conquered by Dionia medicine and wanted to stay here. However, it was not easy for a citizen of Crotone to join Dionia. He had a family like him, so he had to go back and discuss it. Nikius Tratus' attitude even influenced Stasipus. He also considered staying to study. On this day, the two decided to visit the pharmacy in Turiai. After visiting the pharmacy in the city, they heard that there was a larger, more complete, and more medicinal market in the port, so they decided to take a look. Today's Turiai port was different from a few years ago. Although it was not as good as the deep-water port of Crotone, it did not have the natural ability to withstand storms like the port of Tarentum, and it did not have the superior location of the port of Ligium. It had become the largest port in Greece. The reason was simple. The city-state alliance of Dionia had become the well-deserved hegemon of southern Italy, and its strength far exceeded that of other city-states. As the center of the alliance, Turiai had a strong political advantage. Many free people wanted to move into Turiai and become citizens of Dionia. Many envoys and Senate members of the Greek city-states came to Turiai to visit, ask for help, and negotiate with the Senate. Many merchants and tourists came to experience the unique culture of Dionia, to enjoy the unique ball games, celebrations, and even food and entertainment. Not to mention the citizens of Dionia who moved to Turiai from 9 to 5. The huge flow of people naturally created a huge demand, and this demand could not be completely met by Turiai itself. Therefore, merchants who were good at seizing business opportunities came with merchant ships loaded with goods from all directions. The port and market of Turiai expanded again and again. Now, it had expanded from the mouth of the Krati River to the north near the Temple of Hera. Nikius Tratus and the others passed the Temple of Hera and entered the area of the port market. They soon felt that it was difficult to walk. Although Turiai had built several roads between the main city and the port market, and vehicles and pedestrians had to go their own way, the huge flow of people still caused traffic to become congested. Walking in the middle of the road, people brushed shoulders with each other. Although it was still warm spring, Nikius Tratus and the others were already sweating profusely. At this moment, a group of patrolling soldiers passed by. The quick-witted Lucasus hurriedly brought the two of them to follow behind. With the patrolling soldiers clearing the way in front, they felt a little more relaxed. The port of Turiai had actually developed into a large town. It was divided into two parts. One was the port, and the other was the market. The two were separated by a stone wall guarded by guards. The cargo ships entered the port and anchored at the pier. After unloading the goods, they were transported directly to the market. They were either stored in warehouses or put on sale in shops. The market was strictly planned by the commercial officer of Dionia, Marigi, into straight streets. On both sides of the streets were a series of shops, warehouses, and workshops. The same type of goods or commodities were placed on sale in one or more streets as much as possible. This made it easier for management and for the people to trade. In the port of Turiai alone there were several streets or little markets, famous in Magna Graecia and even in the whole of southern Italy, where the same commodity was sold, formed by several streets. For example, the stone market. For the Dionia Alliance, which was passionate about building roads and temples and also owned several stone mines in their territory, This industry was very prosperous. Not only did they have a variety of quality marble, but there were also many laborers engaged in this industry, and the price was relatively low. And matching this was the sculpture street. The statues in the temples, the monumental pillars in the squares, and the stone tablets on both sides of the street attracted and gave birth to a large number of sculptors engaged in this industry. However, because there had yet to be a sculpture that could shock the whole of Greece, there had yet to be a master sculptor. Most of them produced middle and low-end sculptures. The weapons market was also very famous. The people of Ionia conquered Greece by force, so of course they attached great importance to the production and sale of weapons. In order to gain merit, the people were willing to invest money in this area. So hundreds of weapon workshops and shops of all sizes had gathered in the port market. Half of them came from other Greek city-states outside the alliance. Among them, there were two most famous ones. One was the armory of the Disabled Soldiers Committee under the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the other was the armory of Dios. There was also a very famous market, the livestock market. Since the two mountain races of Lucania and Bruttii, who mainly relied on livestock, joined the Ionia alliance, Ionia also owned Lucania and Bruttii, two plateaus and mountains with rich pasture resources. In addition, Christoia's restaurant was widely spread in various cities of the Ionia alliance. More than half of its recipes were made from cattle, sheep, and other livestock. This gave rise to a great demand for meat in Ionia. While gradually changing their diet, it also prompted the two regions of Lucania and Bruttii to raise cattle and sheep and other livestock in large numbers. The livestock produced in these two regions were not only large in number, but also delicious. The southern Greeks, who had tasted the delicacies of Christoia's restaurant, loved it. In fact, a long time ago, the Lucanian cattle were known for their docility, strength, and endurance. They became the first choice of pack cattle in this area. At the same time, although the Bruttii horse was not good at running, it was good at climbing mountains, and it was a good pack horse. It was also quite popular in Greece. In recent years, under the guidance of the Senate's policy, the Bruttii region began to raise a large number of horses. Most of the horses used in the carriages of Ionia came from the livestock market of the Bruttii in the port of Thurii. There was also a street that was unique to Ionia and quite famous in southern Italy, the ball market. Rugby and football were first played in the Ionia barracks. Later, they became popular throughout the Ionia alliance and the Confederacy. Every year a city match was held. However, the people were not satisfied with only one match per year. Therefore, under the proposal of the Devers, the Senate introduced a new bill last year, allowing citizens of each city, please note only citizens, to organize their own rugby or football teams. After reporting to the City Hall, the city's chief executive would organize the rugby or football games in each city. Rugby or football games would be played about every 10 days in a single round-robin tournament. A win was worth 3 points, a loss was worth 0, and a draw was worth 1 point. The team with the highest points would become the city champion and would be sent to Thurii to participate in the Southern Italy finals. The rugby finals were held after the Hades celebration ceremony on September 9th every year. The football finals were held on November 1st every year to celebrate the establishment of the Confederacy. The overall rugby or football champion of the year would be decided. The participating teams also included some city-state teams of the Confederacy. However, some city-states were invited but had never participated, such as Tarentum and Crotone. As a result, most of the citizens of Ionia were both participants and spectators. The arena was always full of spectators for every game. The people's enthusiasm for such games surpassed watching plays, and it became their main form of entertainment. The so-called investment of the people naturally led to the popularity of the industry. From small things like the piccolo that the referee spoke of to big things like the goal used in the game, as long as it was involved in rugby or football games, it was sold on this street. At the same time, it also included some other competitive sports supplies. The most surprising thing was that there were many famous players' supply stores on this street. The popularity of the football market would naturally give birth to some players with superb skills. Some of them shone in various city games, and some even dominated the Dionia finals. Naturally, there would be people who would chase after them and regard them as idols. Therefore, such stores came into being. There were famous players' statues, dolls, and sportswear marked with their names and numbers, made of various materials and sizes. There was everything one could think of. It showed the prosperity of this street. Chapter 354. In all of Greece, only the Dionia Federation, with the full support and help of Devers, an archon who had more than 2,000 years of medical knowledge, vigorously trained doctors, built hospitals, medical schools, and in-depth research on treatment and medication. This made the medical industry in Dionia, especially in Thurii, flourish, far ahead of other Mediterranean city-states and countries in this era. Therefore, the medicinal herb street in the port market of Thurii was unique in the entire Mediterranean world. However, although this street was very famous in southern Italy, it was not as crowded as other streets. After all, most of the people who purchased medicinal herbs were doctors and pharmacy staff. Patients basically got their medicine from the pharmacies in the city, and rarely came to the market to buy such unprocessed medicinal herbs. High-quality talents, such as doctors, only accounted for a small proportion of the citizens of Dionia. Therefore, when Nix and Tratus, who had just squeezed through the crowd, came to the street, they immediately felt a lot more relaxed. They curiously toured the shops one by one, watching and consulting. As they walked, they came to a relatively large pharmacy, and found that the owner was a broody man. He was bargaining with the customer with a stiff Greek pronunciation. "Lord Olivers, I know you are from the Ministry of Military Affairs, and you buy a lot of horsebite fruit from me every year, that's true. But this year you bought it a little too early, and the quantity is so large. You must know that the snow on the Cosenza Plateau has not completely melted, and only the horsebite grass that grows in the lower terrain has borne fruit. There are not many of them, so of course the price is higher. If you think it's too expensive, why don't you wait until summer? At that time, the price of the horsebite fruit will drop. Wait until summer? I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until that day. Lord Capus will ask me to get lost." The customer sneered. "I'd better go to another shop to buy it." After that, he turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." The owner hurriedly stopped him, hesitated, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Seeing that the soldiers of Brutty often participate in training and also need to drink this fruit to quench their thirst, I'm willing to reduce the price by one more opal. Lord Olivers, I've really suffered a loss this time." Olivers's anger immediately turned into a smile. "Agum, it's just 1 opal less per kilogram, isn't it? These things are everywhere in the Cosenza Highlands. You don't need to spend a single opal. They're all free. What's there to feel bad about?" Agum smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Olivers, picking the horsebite fruit is not as easy as you make it out to be. As soon as spring warms up, the women of our tribe have to tread on the slippery mountain roads to pick the fruit. They have to risk being hurt by the wild beasts that come out to hunt for food, and they have to compete with other tribes. Until now, 2 women have broken their legs and are lying in the hospital. After the fruits are plucked, they have to be dried in the sun. Unfortunately, it often rains in spring, so we can only use the stove to bake them. The money we work so hard to earn still has to feed thousands of people in the tribe. It's really not easy." Olivers didn't care about his complaints and said coldly, "Do you care about your tribe? Or do you care less about the number of times you go to the brothel if you have less money?" Agum's expression changed. He quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense." Olivers patted his chest and said softly, "We're both men. I understand." Agum looked around and did not say anything. "Brothers, pick 300 kilograms of horsebite fruit and get ready to take it away." Olivers shouted. Immediately, a dozen strong soldiers came in and squatted on the ground to pick the fruits. Agum could not help but say, "No need to pick. They're all real horsebite fruit. The quality is good. The port's market management won't allow us to fake it. I still want to do business here for a long time." Olivers looked at him and smiled. "You're right. For the sake of Chief Saru, I should believe you. Then you can weigh 300 kilograms of fruits for us." Olivers then said to the soldiers, "I'm going to walk around somewhere else. After the fruits are weighed, you guys can carry them back to the training camp." "Yes, Captain." Olivers walked to the door and thought of something. He turned back and said, "Agam, Master Devers talked to me yesterday. He specifically talked about the harvesting of medicinal herbs. He said, we can't overdo the harvesting of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, these plants will decrease or even disappear." At the mention of Devers, Agam immediately became respectful. "Master Devers is really knowledgeable. Others can't compare to him. But, Master Olivers, you underestimate us broody people. We've lived on the highlands for generations. The streams, trees, and flowers in the mountains are all gifts from the highland goddess, Amara, to us broody people. If we take too much from the highlands, we'll face Amara's wrath." Olivers laughed and said, "That's good. That's good." After that, he glanced at Nixtratus and left. Agam ordered the slaves to weigh the horseshoe fruit for the soldiers. Nixtratus, Stassipus, and Lycasus took the opportunity to observe the small but hard red fruit. "What's the use of this fruit?" Stassipus asked politely. "Oh, this fruit is called horseshoe fruit. It used to be everywhere in our highlands. No one cared about it. Only horses liked to eat it when they were tired. Later, the doctors in Turin studied it. They said that it can quench thirst and relieve fatigue. That's why it's worth a lot of money. For the past 2 years, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia has bought thousands of kilograms of fruit from me every time. They drink it after the military training. It's very useful. You guys aren't from Dionia, right? Buy some and try it." Agam patiently tried to sell it to them. "We're from Crotone," Nixtratus suddenly interrupted. Agam replied with an "oh." He didn't show any special emotion. It was as if the hatred between Crotone and broody people was already a thing of the past. "How much for 500 grams?" 6 opal. "Give me 500 grams," Stassipus said as he took out his money pouch. Agam held a handful of red fruits in his hands and poured them into a straw pouch. It already weighed more than 500 grams. "Including this pouch, I'll give you 7 opal." "All right, what's the use of this grass?" Nixtratus asked curiously as he stood beside a pile of withered grass that looked like thorns. "That's thorny grass. The doctors in Turin discovered that crushing it and soaking it in hot water can relieve itchiness. It's good stuff. This thing can cure itchiness." Nixtratus carefully touched the thorns on the grass, looking doubtful. "The doctors in Turin are all the students of Lord Devers, the descendants of the god of death. They're all skilled in medicine, just like your Greek god of medicine, Asclepius. Yes, that's the Greek god. These amazing Turin doctors, words can't be false. Plus, we've tested it, and it's indeed effective. Now, this grass is often ordered by pharmacies. Nowadays, every tribe in Brudi will tell the doctors in Turin if they have any methods to cure illnesses passed down by their ancestors. I heard that the Lucanians are doing the same. Lord Devers is indeed the descendant of God. He made all the wild flowers and grass in our mountains into treasures." Agam said with both gratitude and admiration. Nixtratus and Stassipus looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Through these few days of learning, they learned that Dionia's medical school was far ahead of other city-states in terms of medical theory research, experience in diagnosis and treatment, and the development of surgery. They didn't expect that they had done so much in the field of medicine as well. Just then, Lycasus ran into the shop and said excitedly, "Teacher, there's a shop selling the surgical tools you mentioned last time." "Really? Take me there." Nixtratus dropped the thorny grass in his hand and ran out with Lycasus. Then Stasipus picked up the straw bag and went out as well. After watching the three of them leave, Agam muttered, "The people of Crotone!" Humph! The shop selling surgical tools, next to Brody's herb shop, was small, but there were all kinds of intricately crafted tools made of iron and wood. They were all carefully arranged. After Nixtratus and the others entered the shop, they looked at it happily for a while before the shop owner asked, "Are you doctors from Dionia?" "No, we're from Crotone." "Then you can only look, not buy." "Why?" Lycasus looked at him indignantly. "These tools are all designed by the Turin Hospital and sent to the ironware workshop to make them. They made such a request, and the port market management is in charge of supervising. We can't do anything about it." The shop owner shrugged and said helplessly, "Can't we pay more?" Stasipus asked tentatively, "Don't set me up. I don't want to have any stains on my Turin's records." The shop owner rolled his eyes. "Stathippus, come and see." Nixtratus picked up a sharp knife the size of a leaf and said loudly, "This is the knife that Professor Herpes uses to cut the skin during surgery. This is..." Chapter 355. How much does it cost to buy a set of these surgical instruments? Stasipus asked the shopkeeper. "A set." The shopkeeper pursed his lips. "You're a doctor from another country. You don't understand that doctors in Dionia will use different surgical instruments depending on the type of surgery they perform. Moreover, the Dionia School of Medicine will send new surgical instruments to us from time to time. With these surgical instruments in this shop, we can perform at least 5 or 6 different types of surgery, even if you can buy them." The shopkeeper looked at the three of them and rolled his eyes. "You can't afford them." "We can't afford them." "Tell me, how much do these cost?" At this moment, Nicustratos also came over and said unhappily. The shopkeeper glanced at him, pointed to the shop, and said, "The things you picked up just now are worth about 30 mines." 30 mines? Just a few small things were worth 30 mines. "You're robbing us," Lycasus shouted in shock. "Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything." The shopkeeper was obviously a liar. He argued, "Do you know how difficult it is to make those things? Do you know how high the requirements are? Let me tell you, the time it takes to make a knife like that is enough for us to make 30 bronze shields, and it needs to be made by the best blacksmiths. Only then can we make the surgical instruments that meet the requirements of those doctors. As they said, the tools used to cut a person's body must be very fine. Otherwise, it won't be saving lives, it'll be killing people. So tell me, how can the price not be high? Besides, these tools aren't something that just any ironware workshop can produce. In Tali, only our Theos Weapons Workshop has the ability to do so." The three of them were speechless. "Also, what I just said is the previous price. They are now priced at 40 mines. Why? Because, in the future, our workshop will not be producing these surgical instruments." "Why is that?" "Our workshop has received a major task from Dionia's Ministry of Roads and Transport. They want to build a stone bridge, and they need to place huge iron bars into the river to empty the river so that they can use boulders and stone slurry, actually Dever cement, to cast the bridge piers. Therefore, our workshop needs to gather all the casters and high-quality iron or to make these big guys." While the three of them were happily touring the port market, Ephialtes and his wife were riding north in a carriage to the hot springs of the Tyrol, a tributary of the Cosine River. The Devers became famous in this battle, annihilating the allied forces of the Lucania tribe, thus laying the cornerstone of the establishment of the Dionia alliance. At that time, the great river beach was littered with corpses. Now, a white memorial pillar 20 meters high and 2 meters in diameter was erected. The scene of the battle was carved on it, and at the top was a bronze statue of the Devers holding a shield and a spear. This memorial pillar for the victory of the Great River Beach battle was initially called the Pillar of Miracles by the people. It symbolized the victory of the Daionia consul, who was outnumbered, creating a miracle in an impossible situation. Later, students from various cities in the alliance were often brought here by teachers to let them experience the hardships of the establishment of Daionia and the greatness of the Devers. It was also nicknamed the Pillar of Children by the citizens. It was not only a place for children to receive education, but it also had a deeper meaning. Since the battle, the Daionia alliance began to grow healthily like a newborn baby. Of course, this was a story for another time. There was a large, circular tomb not far from the memorial pillar. The tombstone was engraved with the words, "Tomb of the warriors who died in the Great River Beach Battle." Below it was an inscription by the Devers, "The war is in the past, the blood is won." 2 bronze statues of men were erected in front of the tomb. From their attire, one could tell that one was a Lacanian and the other a Greek. They were smiling and holding each other's strong arms. The Greek man's left hand was pointing at Tali, which was 20 miles away in the east, making an inviting gesture. The meaning behind it was self-evident. There were no bones in the tomb. Back then, the Turii cremated the bones of thousands of Lacanian warriors. It was said that the incineration alone took 3 days and 3 nights. Then the ashes were poured into the river and fed to the fish and shrimps. Later, the Daionia Union was established. Out of political purposes and under the strong suggestion of the Devers, this tomb was built. Every year, people would come here to pay their respects, most of them Lacanians. Of course, this was not the main reason why this once desolate area had become lively now. Instead, it was the other side of the Tyros River that the Devers statue spear was pointing at. The once barren pools and hot spring swamps that were infested with snakes and insects were now replaced by a huge building. Dozens of aqueducts made of Devers cement led the hot spring water that emerged from the cracks in the rocks into the building. Finally, a large channel led the hot spring water that flowed into the building into the river. This was the famous Turii hot spring baths in all of Greece. The Greeks did not like to bathe, but the people of Daionia had developed the habit of bathing under the long-term preaching of doctors, led by helps in the hospital over the past few years. They also knew that bathing in hot spring water was more beneficial to the body. Therefore, on the opening day of the big baths, almost all the men of Turii came to the hot spring swamps to have a try. As a result, the baths were overcrowded. Later on, the big baths even changed the rules for this, setting a time limit and limiting the number of people who could enter. After the Turii men who soaked in the hot spring and enjoyed all kinds of novel services returned to the city reluctantly, they began to proclaim how wonderful it was to bathe in the big baths. They even praised that this was an Elysium built by Sir Consul in the human world. Not long after, the people also found out that this baths actually allowed women to enter. Since then, the people of Turii would go to the big baths every day and regarded it as an essential enjoyment in their lives. The people of other Daionia cities would also come to enjoy it from time to time. At the same time, the Turii people also regarded the hot spring baths as one of the 3 major entertainment activities to entertain distinguished guests from afar. The other 2 were tasting Turii cuisine and watching ball games in the arena. Since then, the reputation of the Turii hot spring had spread far and wide. On certain special days in Daionia, the big baths would be free of charge to the people. This made the already cheap baths, only 1 opal, even more popular among the people. For example, these few days, due to the arrival of the marriage festival, the big baths were free of charge to all the couples who came to bathe. This was also the reason why Ephiart brought his wife here. There were many couples who came to the big baths today. Everyone consciously formed a long line and slowly moved towards the entrance of the baths. At this moment, there was a commotion at the back of the line. Offa turned his head to see what was going on. "What happened?" asked his wife curiously. "Nothing. It seems like 2 senators from the Senate are here too," said Ephiart nonchalantly. There were almost 100 senators in the Senate. Other than the people of Turii, the people of Daionia from other cities only knew the chief senator, Daves, the senators who had served as the city's governor, and the elders who held important positions in the army. This was not strange. Whether it was training or fighting, the people who served would naturally have a deep impression of these officers. Finally, they crossed the wooden bridge over the Tyrol River and stood at the entrance. The caretaker glanced at Ephiart and his wife and asked, "Are you husband and wife?" The two nodded. "Citizens of Dionia." Ephiart nodded again and said, "We are also the couples who are participating in the marriage festival this year. May I ask if there are any private rooms with small baths?" As he spoke, he extended his left hand, and his wife extended her right hand. On her ring finger was an iron ring with Hera's emblem, peacock, engraved on it. Because of the Devers' suggestion, the Hera temple that Agnes was in charge of not only hosted the celebration, but also awarded rings blessed by Hera to the newlyweds who participated in the celebration, with a small processing fee, of course, in order to encourage and supervise the stability of their marriages. "Congratulations." After the caretaker confirmed it, he turned around and looked at the wooden wall that had many long nails nailed into it. Only one of them had a key hanging on it. He took it down and placed it in Ephiart's hands. "Hera blesses you. There is still one last key left. The room number is written on the wooden plate. After entering the room, lock the door and no one will disturb you. Return the key at noon." "All right, thank you." Ephiart led his wife into the middle passage, and the two passages on the left and right each led to the men's and women's baths. As time passed, the long queue at the entrance was almost at the end. When the caretaker of the baths saw the two people in front of him, he was momentarily stunned, but immediately put on a smile. "Lord Polixis, Lord Enanilus, is there a private room?" Polixis asked straightforwardly. The caretaker pointed at the wooden wall behind him that only had iron nails left and said apologetically, "Because of the marriage festival, the rooms are all full." The corner of Polixis's mouth twitched in dissatisfaction. Ignoring the fact that the caretaker was an employee of the Devers, he said sarcastically, "Look at our Lord Archon. He really knows how to take care of the people of Dionia." Enanilus did not reply. He asked the slave behind him to take out 4 opers, and paid for himself, Polixis, and 2 of his personal slaves. After they entered, the caretaker used the excuse of urinating to go to the back room, and quickly found the manager of the large baths. "Polixis and Enanilus, come take a bath together." After walking along the passage on the left for a short distance, a vast area appeared in front of them. There was a large pool in the middle, and there were a few small pools beside it, all steaming hot and surrounded by mist. Chapter 356. Although the bathing area was a little crowded due to the large number of people, it did not make people feel suffocated because, apart from the thick and tall stone walls, the bathing area did not have a roof, which was conducive to the circulation of air. Some people even liked to take a bath here when it was raining. Polixis looked at the crowded bathing area in front of him and said enviously, "I estimate that 5,000 or 6,000 people come here to take a bath in a day. The Devers make a lot of money." "Who told you not to join when the consul raised the money?" Nanilus retorted, then took off his shoes, and gave them to the slaves. Stepping on the smooth marble floor, he strode towards the hot spring pool. Polixis hurried to follow. Nanilus slowly sat in the pool, and the comfortable water temperature made him heave a long sigh of relief. He cupped the spring water and thoroughly wet his head and face. The people walking back and forth in front of him blocked people's sight, so no one would notice that the 2 senators were sitting naked in the middle of them. Nanilus closed his eyes, leaned against the wall, and seemed to be asleep, which made Polixis swallow his words a few times. After more than 10 minutes in the large hot spring pool, Nanilus came to a small pool next to it. The water was not deep, and the bottom of the pool was covered with sand. The other small pool was paved with pebbles, and the bottom of the other small pool was covered with river mud. Nanilus simply lay down and rubbed his back with the soft sand. After another 10 minutes of soaking, until his skin was already red, he got out of the pool and asked a slave to massage his body. After another 10 minutes, Nannalus got up. After asking the slave to pay for the massage, he dragged his limp body and staggered to an empty corner, sat on a bench by the window and closed his eyes to rest. Polixus came to sit beside him, stretched, and said, "It's really comfortable to take a bath in the hot spring." "You don't say." The bathing area built by the Devers has really brought great benefits to the tourists. Why didn't we think of doing this in the past, as expected of the beloved of God? Inanalus slowly opened his eyes, looked at him, and slowly said, "Since you know how powerful Devers is, you still often lead the opposition to him in the Senate. I don't remember you being so bold before, Polixus." Seeing that Inanalus was finally talking to him, Polixus breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but he said with an aggrieved expression, "Of course I know that without the Devers, the Dionia alliance wouldn't have the status it has today. I also wanted to do something with Devers, but he didn't give me a chance. He only valued his mercenaries, who only knew how to talk with their fists, and allowed them, who were illiterate, to hold high positions. There were also the barbarian leaders, who were even more barbaric. They sat in the Senate every day and yelled in Greek that no one could understand, with a foul smell all over their bodies. There were also the Amandorians, who used to be driven by us, who were the badge of the so-called primitive citizen every day, deliberately showing off in front of us, "We are the real owners of the city of Turis." But now we can only stand aside in the Senate. Me, Orpheus, Massasicus, we only put on the coat of senators for the tourists to see. But in fact, we are no different from ordinary citizens. Inanalus glanced around, and no one in the crowded and noisy bathing area noticed the difference between the two of them. He reminded in a deep voice, "You are too excited. Lower your voice. Polixus, you just haven't had your turn yet. Maybe by next year you will be the governor of a city." Polixus sneered, "Inanalus, you don't have to comfort me. Even you don't believe your own words. Think about it, a Persia can sit in this important position for so many years without any rotation or election. Do you think my ability is worse than his? I was also one of the 10 generals of the Taurus many times, because I had nothing to do in the Senate. Sometimes I was sent by the Devers to help this foreigner, and I was ordered by him. Is the alliance of Dionia still a place for us real tourists?" Inanalus opened his mouth, but did not speak. "Of course, you might say, you, Buccos, Ansitanos, and Pleasantus are all highly valued by the Senate." Polixus sneered, "How can Pleasantus compare to us? He is just a civilian, and now he is completely a dog of the Devers. The Devers use him to bite people. Ansitanos, on the other hand, is completely focused on the book he is writing, and does not care about anything else. In fact, he does not have much power. Buccos, on the other hand, has been serving as an agricultural officer, but he has to deal with peasants and slaves every day. How many times can he return to the city of Turis in a month? Sometimes he can't even attend important Senate meetings. Rather than being a senator, I think he is more like an ordinary civil servant of the alliance. As for you, Inanalus, you do have the power of the navy, but..." At this point, Polixus deliberately paused. Inanalus turned his head and asked casually, "But what?" Polixus chuckled and said, "In recent years, the Devers have allowed foreigners to build shipyards in Turis, breaking your family's monopoly on shipbuilding. What do you think?" Inanalus's eyebrows twitched, and he slowly said, "That's because the territory of Dionia is too vast, and we need more warships to protect our coast, and my family can't produce so many warships in a short period of time." "Oh, you are really considerate of the alliance," Polixus said sarcastically, and looked at him sharply. "Unfortunately, the Devers did not seem to thank you. As for the fact that he allowed the family of his second wife to obtain more warships than your family, what do you think about this?" Inanalus was silent. His skin that was scalded by the hot spring water covered the embarrassment on his face. He was very clear. Due to his family's monopoly on shipbuilding, it led to lax management, which led to many quality problems in the completed warships. Because of this, the Devers had a few private talks with him, which was why the Senate later passed the Devers Bill to allow merchants from the Alliance to build shipyards in Turis. Also, the hero who conquered Ciudad Abyssinia, the standard-bearer at the triumphal parade, and whose statue is in the Hall of Valhalla, in just a few years, quickly rose from an ordinary sailor to the commander of your fleet, and often went in and out of the Devers mansion. What do you think about this? Polixus' next question caused Enaenelus's expression to change. The Devers made you the commander of the navy because he had no choice but to use you. He didn't have anyone under him who understood naval warfare. But now he seems to have found one, and he seems to be much more trustworthy than you. Enaenelus, do you think the Devers still need a former Turis nobleman like you who doesn't fit in with his boorish mercenaries? Polixus' words were like a poisonous snake biting at Enaenelus's already restless heart. Polixus had been staring at Enaenelus' face, and at this moment he sighed. If we old tourists don't think of something, I'm afraid we can only become spectators in the Senate, doing nothing until we die of old age. I can't accept this. Enaenelus clenched his fist, shaking his head, and said, Polixus, you don't understand the strength of the Devers. Even the sailors of the Ionian navy that I lead, consisting of preparatory citizens and freedmen, see that young man as the true commander, and I'm just an executor, not to mention the soldiers and generals of the Ionia army. Enaenelus, what are you thinking? Do you think I'm plotting to overthrow the Devers? Polixus interrupted him, shaking his head with a chuckle. No, I'm not that stupid. We have to admit that the Devers made a great contribution to the Ionia alliance. Without him, the Turis would have long ceased to exist. We're just trying to get back some rights for the citizens of Ionia and at the same time limit some of the Devers' power. We don't want him to treat us, old Turis, coldly. Polixus pointed at the men in the baths with a slightly agitated expression and said, Do you think they don't want to participate in the assembly? The blood of the Greeks flows with a passion for politics. It's just that the glory of the Devers made them temporarily forget it. As long as someone keeps reminding them, just like what I've been doing, then the situation will change a lot. Didn't the protests of the citizens of Taurus, Cremissa, and other cities show that the situation is changing? Enaenelus, for our own sake, and for the sake of the Ionia alliance, are you willing to join me in the Senate to continue to insist on the assembly, so that the distribution of power in Ionia will be fair? Listening to Polixus's provocative words, Enaenelus's expression kept changing, and finally he said hesitantly, But there are too few senators in the Senate who support this proposal. Actually, there are quite a few. I've already gained the support of some people. Polixus whispered a few words in Enaenelus's ear. Enaenelus was shocked. Really? Just like the last time I told you how to free the slaves to get more land. When have I ever lied to you? Polixus reminded. Enaenelus clenched his hands again, and finally clenched them into fists. Respected senators, I have a proposal. Polixus stood up from his seat. Chapter 357. Go ahead, Lord Polixus. Of course, Cornelius couldn't show such an expression, so he could only nod and ask Polixus to speak. When the Lucania and Bruttii tribes joined the Ionia City-State Alliance, we had a formal agreement with them, not to interfere in the internal affairs of the tribes and to ensure the independence and integrity of the tribes. However, Polixus waved his arm and said loudly, However, a few years have passed, and the independence of the tribes has been seriously affected. Many small tribes have even ceased to exist. What's the reason? Because the young men of the tribes have asked to leave the tribe and live alone, which has led to a sharp decline in the tribe's population. Without enough labor to sustain their livelihood, they had to disband. The agreement we signed with the Lucania and Bruttii tribes was completed under the watch of Hades. Now, the survival of the tribes in the alliance has been seriously threatened. This has not only seriously affected the reputation of Ionia, but also caused the other tribes in Greece who want to join us to hesitate and doubt. In order to live up to the support and trust of the tribes, I propose that the Senate should pass a law to prohibit the tribes from leaving the tribe in order to maintain the integrity of the tribe. Some of the elders looked at each other and felt strange. What's going on? Polixus, who had always been indifferent to the affairs of non-Greek people, had actually begun to care about the tribe's affairs. Vespa, Hemont, Bagalipi, and the others had a strange look on their faces, while Sidorum, Bergum, Peteru, and Codarch were deep in thought. At this moment, Plesinus stood up. I don't agree with this proposal. The adult men of the Lucania and Bruttii tribes are basically citizens or prospective citizens of Dionia. As citizens of the Alliance, of course they have the freedom of choice, and the Senate has no right to make such a rule. Don't you think so, Tritodemus? The current senior judge, Tritodemus, nodded and said, the first rule of the law of Dionia is to protect the rights and freedom of choice of citizens, and any new bill must not violate this bottom line. I think that whether it is the tribe or the members of the tribe, they all hope that everyone can live a stable and prosperous life. Judging from the current situation, each of them has achieved a good development in the Dionia Alliance. I don't think there's a need to change anything. Devers listened to their argument quietly, her fingers tapping on the wooden chair. Cardias went to the temple of Hades in Turiae and asked to see the priest in charge, Plesinus, to explain his wishes. Plesinus readily agreed to his request. So the young man from the Ceridian entered the temple of Hades to study as a believer. Every morning and dusk, Cardias studied the teachings of the temple of Hades. The main idea of the Hades doctrine was proposed by Devers, mainly to promote people who do good and punish evil, love the country, family, abide by the law, and are eager to help others will ascend to Elysium after death, while people who behave in the opposite way will go to hell to be punished. He also gave a detailed exposition on the formation of heaven and earth, the disputes of the gods, Elysium, and hell on the basis of the original Greek mythology. Of course, he was biased towards Hades, establishing him as a good god who was willing to endure for the sake of mankind, similar to the Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha of the East. Then, after further interpretation and compilation by Plesinus and several of his subordinates priests, there were now several thick books on Hades and his temple, not including the book about the deeds of his wife Persephone. During the day, Cardias followed the priests to deal with the affairs of the temple. Early every morning, the tourists came to the temple of Hades in an endless stream. Farmers who wanted to farm, fishermen who wanted to go out to sea, merchants who wanted to do business. As long as it was convenient, they would first come to the temple to pray, and then leave with confidence. At the same time, the people who made a wish and fulfilled a wish would also put a few coins into the donation box, light a small oil lamp, and place it in front of the statue to show their sincerity. After the people who begged for the oracle drew a wooden stick, they asked the priest to answer their questions. The wooden stick was engraved with mysterious sentences, and the good or bad answers depended on the level of the priests. Of course, some people who had been helped by the priests of the Temple of Hades brought some gifts to thank the temple. Today, Cardias' job was to welcome the people who brought gifts. From morning until now, he had hardly stopped. Although he was tired, he felt full. At this time, he had just sent a white-haired old man down the hill when he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Help! Help!" He heard the sound and saw a man covered in blood running towards him in panic, and there were two people chasing him. Although he had only stayed in the Temple of Hades for a few days, he already had the self-awareness of a priest of Hades who helped those in distress. He immediately went up to the man, wanted to help him up, and asked, "What happened?" The man saw that there were people blocking his way, and he became even more anxious. The man's words echoed in his heart. Only by running to the Temple of Hades and asking Pluto for help can you get out of your current predicament and become a true citizen of Dionia. He reached out and pulled Cardias away and continued to run to the Temple of Hades on the hillside. Cardias staggered a few steps and almost fell. As soon as he stood up, the two people behind him caught up to him, and he immediately asked loudly, "Who are you people? What happened?" The two strong men looked at Cardias, who was wearing the white robe of a priest of the Temple of Hades, and hesitated. Just as they were hesitating, the man had already rushed to the front of the temple. The people coming and going, and the priests who came and went made the two men hesitate, and they finally left resentfully. The man broke into the temple and knelt in front of the statue of Hades, kowtowing and begging, "Merciful Hades! Help me, I beg you! Help me!" The people inside and outside the temple heard his miserable cry and did not know what had happened. They all came over to see what was going on. At this time, the priests in the temple also hurried over. Polixus' proposal only received the support of Peteru, Caudarc, Bergam, and a few others, but it was not passed. However, after a while, he brought up the matter again and asked for a citizens' assembly. The elders voted again, and the number of people who supported him was actually close to 15, including Inanolus, Eurypus, and Predes who served in the army, as well as the former leaders of the Bruttii tribe, such as Bergam, Peteru, and Caudarc. Although it was less than half, including the elders who abstained, the supporters of Polixus actually accounted for 1/3 of the votes. For Polixus, this was definitely a huge victory. No wonder after the voting ended, he proudly declared, "The result of this election shows that more and more elders are aware of the importance of the citizens' assembly. If Daionia wants to achieve the same glory as Athens, it must let more citizens participate in the decision-making of the alliance, in order to truly achieve equality and freedom for the citizens of all races in Daionia. As time passes, I believe that the other elders who express their opposition will also realize this, because you are the leaders of Daionia, the wisest of the people. I look forward to the day when the citizens' assembly is held." Polixus' speech was sonorous and powerful. The faces of the elders changed slightly, and they all looked at the Devers sitting in the front row. At this moment, Bagalippe had already figured out the intention of Polixus' previous proposal. Polixus knew that the proposal would not be passed, but he wanted to let these tribal elders see that as long as the power of the Devers was not restricted, then the plight of the tribes would not change, and he could turn this problem around. At present, the relatively independent administrative organizations of the Bruttii and Lucania tribes have been greatly impacted by the Daionia alliance. A few years of subtle influence made the young people in the tribes yearn for the free life of the alliance's citizens, and they no longer wanted to be restricted by the tribal rules, so they left the tribes one after another. Bagalippe was aware of the situation, and his tribe was in the city of Basilia, which was located next to Thurii. The year before last, the Devers directly placed Abyssinia under the jurisdiction of Thurii on the grounds that it was easier to manage, making it more politically and economically connected with Thurii, so it was naturally more affected. His tribe almost existed in name only. But Bagalippe was very open-minded. He understood that this was the general trend, and this was not a bad thing for the Bruttii. His confidence came from the young man in front of him. But at this moment, the authority of this young governor was being challenged. He couldn't help but worry for him. At this time, the Devers said calmly, "Dear elders, Polixus just mentioned the citizens' assembly and said, only by holding a citizens' assembly can we achieve equality and freedom for the people. If your memory is good, Polixus, do you remember how Thurii rapidly declined a few years ago? How were they burned down? What role did the Thurii citizens' assembly in your so-called equality and freedom play? Can you tell me?" Hearing this, Kinagarata, Ansatanos, Buccos, and the others all looked gloomy. Chapter 358. Is that so? The Devers sneered and said loudly, "I'm afraid your former Turin colleagues will not agree with the reason you said. The destruction of Turin was because the citizens' hearts were occupied by the death of their relatives and friends and the fear of the enemy, and they were driven away by some people with ulterior motives. The generals they elected in panic were helpless against the difficulties, but the ordinary people were driven by interests and were unwilling to fulfill their promise to give free citizens citizenship, which led to the subsequent series of tragedies. All of this shows that the culprit behind the destruction of the old Turin city was the citizens of Turin and the citizens' assembly formed by them." Kunigarata sighed softly. At this moment, the face of his daughter, who died tragically suddenly appeared in his mind, making him feel sad. Polixus was speechless for a moment and reluctantly said that that's just a special case. The Devers loudly interrupted his explanation. If the citizens of Dionia want to participate in politics, of course they can. Haven't we always done this? The law of Dionia has already stipulated that no matter how high or low, as long as you are a citizen of Dionia, you can hold the public office of the Dionia Alliance without restrictions. And we will also formulate more laws to allow them to further participate in the administrative decisions of Dionia. But the Devers suddenly raised his voice and shouted sternly, "The Senate of Dionia will never allow the people to have unlimited freedom, so that they can destroy the order and the interests of the whole of Dionia for their own selfish interests, and even be used by some people with ulterior motives to destroy the Dionia alliance that we have worked so hard to build. Anyone who tries to destroy the beautiful life of the Dionia alliance today will be severely punished by the Senate. They will not be spared." Devers's words were like thunder exploding in Polixus's heart, making him tremble with fear. He muttered in a low voice, "According to what you said, most of the city-states in Greece will be destroyed because—" Bang! The door of the hall was suddenly pushed open. Polixus turned around and saw the Turiae patrol captain, Matones, rushing towards the rostrum in front of the hall. What happened? This was not only Polixus's question, but also the question of some of the elders in the hall. Devers narrowed his eyes and looked at the rostrum. He tapped his fingers on the back of his chair and thought, "It's finally here," as Cornelius listened to Matones whisper. The look of astonishment on his face became more and more intense. He glanced at Polixus from time to time, which made him a little restless. Matones finished his report. Cornelius had never encountered such a situation before, so he did not know what to do. He had no choice but to ask for help. "Master Devers, please come here." Devers walked forward unhurriedly. Seeing the Devers and Cornelius whispering to each other on the rostrum, the elders became even more curious and confused. They all stretched their necks and pricked up their ears, wanting to know what they were talking about. Vaguely, they heard Devers say firmly, "No, everything will be carried out according to the laws of Dionia." At this moment, Cornelius shouted again, "Master Triodemos, please come to the rostrum." The elders were all in an uproar. They were all speculating among themselves. What happened? The three of them communicated on the rostrum. Occasionally, Triodemos would ask Matones about the situation. Finally, Devers returned to their seats, while Triodemos stayed next to the rostrum. Cornelius deliberated on how to speak. He cleared his throat and carefully organized his words. My lords, just now. Cornelius, please speak quickly. I'm so anxious." Scambrus shouted. The elders burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere seemed to dissipate a little. But Cornelius still looked serious. "My lords, something happened in the city of Turin just now. A liberated slave was being hunted and ran to the Temple of Hades to ask for help." The elders were instantly in an uproar. Although the Dionia alliance had not been established for long, it was not like there had never been a murder case. However, it was the first time that a victim ran to the god for help. After all, it had alarmed the Temple of Hades, so they had to be more cautious in dealing with this matter. When Polixus heard the word liberated slave, he felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He moved his buttocks back and forth as if there were nails in the wooden chair. Under the leadership of Lord Martones, the patrols in the city quickly rushed to the temple. Under the identification of the liberated slave, they rushed to the scene of the murder and arrested several men who tried to resist. After an emergency interrogation, the suspect's confession was basically the same as what the liberated slave said. Triodemos had already finished Cornelius's sentence. His eyes were like two cold rays of light shooting straight to the center of the hall. "Lord Polixus is the mastermind behind this." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Polixus jumped up like a cat whose butt was on fire and shouted, "This is a false accusation. This is a false accusation. Whether it is a false accusation or not, we can only know after a more detailed investigation. Triademo's expression was calm, but his words were like knives, because the information they revealed is related to a more serious crime. They said that Lord Polixus frequently gave freedom to the slaves, not out of kindness, but to control them. He used his power to deceive the Ministry of Agriculture by renting fertile land for them, and then most of the income from the land went to you. If this is true, this is a serious violation of the law of Dionia. No illegal possession of land. Don't restrict the freedom of others. Wait for several laws. Polixus's heart was beating wildly and his mouth was panicking as he protested. It's not like that. This is not the truth. I didn't coerce any of the slaves, no. They all did it voluntarily. Yes, of their own free will. They voluntarily returned part of their income to me to thank me for giving them freedom. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. Some of the slaves I released have already become official citizens. As for the situation you mentioned, we will also carry out an investigation. We will not let a noble senator of the Senate be wrongly accused. However, the law of Dionia is the same for everyone, even if you are a senator. Now that you are involved in this case, we will temporarily restrict your freedom until the matter is finally resolved. After Tritodmos finished speaking with a deadpan expression, a few patrolmen had already entered the hall. Under the leadership of Matones, they were ready to go and seize Polixus. Polixus struggled desperately to break free, and from the corner of his eyes he saw the Devers looking at him coldly. He suddenly realized something, and immediately made a last-ditch struggle to the senators around him. My lords, this is a conspiracy of the Devers. He saw that my efforts threatened his dictatorship, so he used such a despicable method to frame me. My lords, save me. Please save me. Otherwise, if I fall today, it may be your turn next. You. The patrolman forcibly helped him out, and his words were still echoing in the hall. The previously triumphant Polixus was beaten down to the ground in the blink of an eye. This sudden reversal was too provocative, and the senators looked at the Devers with complicated expressions. But the Devers did not care about what Polixus said at all, and he leisurely leaned back on the wooden chair. And then what Tritodmos said next made Anarius, Orpheus, Massacus, and the other senators tremble with fear. Considering that this case involves too many people, after a discussion with the Archon, we have decided to impose martial law on the entire city and forbid anyone from leaving until the matter is resolved. The Senate meeting ended in shock. While everyone was still panicking and discussing, the Devers had already strode out from the side door of the hall. Lord Devers, please wait for me. Please listen to me. Anarius, who is usually calm and composed, actually shouted in a pleading tone and chased after them. Orpheus, Massacus, and the others followed closely behind. This scene was seen by Kunigarata, and he showed a hint of a sneer. He turned around and was about to walk out of the door, but he saw Bucco sitting behind him in a daze, and he muttered, "How could Polixus do such a thing?" In this Senate, Buccos and Ansitanos were the few senators who did not kick Kunigarata when he was in trouble, so Kunigarata said, "The once rich can't bear to be poor now." Buccos raised his head in astonishment, and Kunigarata had already walked out of the hall briskly. On this day, the people in the city of Turris were shocked to see the patrols everywhere, searching Polixus's mansion, and then restricting the freedom of Anarius, Orpheus, Massacus, and other senators. In the afternoon, Cremissa also sent an urgent letter. There are freed slaves seeking help from the Temple of Hades. Without waiting for the Senate's decision, the Crimean governor Protesilaus, who had received the secret order from the Devers in advance, had already ordered the patrols to arrest a few nobles who used to be part of Cremissa. And the news that came back caused Eurypus and Predes to lose their positions. In fact, the secret agent organization under the Devers, headed by Aristiras, had already grasped the entire situation. All they needed was a dignified reason to throw it out. The news of nearly 10 Senate senators being detained was like a political earthquake in Turis, causing the people to discuss and spread rumors. Chapter 359. As soon as he went downstairs, Hermes's heart skipped a beat. There were 3 patrolmen standing in the lobby of the hotel. "He's the one from Syracuse." Someone next to him pointed him out loudly. The heavily armed patrolman walked forward and asked coldly, "Hermes from Syracuse? What do you want?" Hermes panicked and shouted, "I'm the messenger of Syracuse. I want to see your consul." "Then you have to come with us." The patrolman sneered and forcefully escorted him out of the hotel. This scene had undoubtedly become another topic of conversation for the confused citizens of Tullie today. "Father, I heard that Polixus has broken the laws of the Alliance and has been locked up." Sostatus ran into the living room excitedly. Cunigarata glanced at him and said in a relaxed tone, "This incident has shocked the whole city. Did you only find out now? What have you been doing all day?" "What else could I have been doing? Of course, I went to participate in military training. It's my turn today. I'm so tired." Sostatus complained and lay down on a wooden chair. He said lazily, "It's a pity that the bathhouse is closed. Otherwise, I would have come back later." Cunigarata frowned. He could not stand his eldest son's laziness. He said in a deep voice, "All the young citizens of Dionia have to participate in military training, but I've never seen anyone like you who is afraid of hardships and tiredness. You should learn from your brother. Not only did you seriously participate in the afternoon training at school, you even took the initiative to find someone to practice your combat skills with. That's why my family's hopes are all on my brother. As for me, I just want to be a rich man with good food to eat, beautiful women to sleep with, and matches to watch." Sostatus said indifferently. Cunigarata raised his white eyebrows. Just as he was about to speak, his youngest son, Decacocrates, said loudly, "Brother, did you know that not only was Polixus detained, but Enanilus, Macedas Oliphus, Euripides, and other elders were also arrested?" "Really?" Sostatus sat up straight and asked anxiously, "Old man, didn't you analyze it for me last time? You said that Enanilus, Massicus, and Oriphus were likely to side with Polixus and cause an impact on the power of the Devers. Why are they all dead now?" Cunigarata's face twitched a few times before he snorted coldly. "What's so strange about that? The senator had always gotten along well with the other senators. Even if someone directly pointed at him in the Senate, he didn't hold a grudge. After being with him for so long, I had actually forgotten how he came to be a lifetime senator. Wolves are born to eat meat. I'm afraid it's not just me. Many people in the Senate will feel the same way they felt when the alliance was first established." "Humph." He sighed, then sneered. "Not only did Polixia and his gang break the law, but they're also dreaming. I'm afraid that this time, the Devers won't let them off so easily. Don't let them off. I heard that Polixus colluded with Syracuse. Treason is punishable by death." Hatred flickered in Dicarocrat's eyes. He could never forget that day when the people of Tullie turned into thugs and stormed into his house. And behind those thugs, there was Polixus' shadow, Syracuse. "You're saying that Dionysius and Polixus are in contact?" Sostatus' eyes widened. After all, with the rise of Dionia, it was very close to Syracuse, the 2 powerful states, but there was almost no diplomatic contact between them. There was a story circulating in Great Greece that illustrated the delicate relationship between the 2 states. One day at a port in Great Greece, a merchant from Syracuse and a merchant from Dionia met. The 2 boasted about their country. The merchant from Syracuse said, "The history of Dionia is less than a fraction of the history of Syracuse. And we, Syracuse, were the overlords of Great Greece and Sicily 100 years ago, and we still are." The merchant from Dionia retorted, "Don't be too proud. It only took us 5 years for the Dionia alliance to become so powerful. In another 5 years, we will definitely be twice as powerful as Syracuse." Of course, this was just a story made up by busybodies. Syracuse and Ionia were like two ferocious beasts in the forest, carefully guarding their own territory. Both sides had never interfered with each other. But now, when Sostatus heard that Dionysius had actually extended his influence to Ionia, he could not help but be shocked. Cunigarata reached out and patted his youngest son's head. He knew what he was thinking. It was the eternal pain in their hearts. Is there any collusion between Polixus and Syracuse? We can only be sure after an interrogation by the alliance. Don't spread rumors. Cunigarata pondered for a while, then said with a serious expression, If there really is, I'm afraid it will be a big problem for Dionia. Father, will there be a war? Sostatus and Diococrate asked in unison. Looking at the excited eyes of his two sons, Cunigarata knew that his youngest son was excited because he was eager to fight, while his eldest son was probably thinking about how to seize the opportunity to make a fortune in the market. He shook his head lightly and said thoughtfully, Syracuse and Ionia are both big states. Every move we make concerns the safety and survival of the Greek states in the Western Mediterranean. How can we have a conflict so easily? I'm afraid there will only be more diplomatic protests and negotiations. Diococrate sat back down in a slightly dejected manner. Sostatus looked around, thinking about something. Sostatus, I heard from your brother-in-law a few days ago that you went to him, hoping that he could purchase some of your goods. Sostatus suddenly changed the topic. Sostatus was shocked and quickly said, I only gave him a small suggestion. Father, you also know that my brother-in-law is a serious person. There's no way he would agree. Years ago, when there was a riot in Turin, Cunigarata's family was banished from Turin. His youngest daughter was raped and committed suicide, while his eldest daughter was forcibly divorced by her husband's family. Since then, she had been living alone at home. Perhaps it was because the disaster had left a deep impact on her that she was unwilling to get married. That was until Cunigarata found out that the Devers were worried about Helos's marriage. He was moved and made a suggestion to the Devers, and the two of them hit it off. Under the urging of both parties, Cunigarata's eldest daughter requested to meet Helos first before deciding whether to get married. The Devers, who were the matchmakers, actually agreed to this absurd request. Helos did not mind it too much for the sake of the Devers. In the end, the two of them actually hit off when they met, especially after Cunigarata's daughter experienced the betrayal of her first marriage. She felt that Helos was simple, honest, and steady. He was someone she could entrust her life to. She even took the initiative to ask Cunigarata to contact Silos. In the end, the two of them became husband and wife, and this allowed the relationship between Cunigarata and the Devers to go a step further. After Helos stepped down as Asprustum's administrator and Legio IV's captain, it was just in time for the Devers to further reform and decentralize the Ministry of Military Affairs. Originally, the authority to deal with the specific affairs of the army was concentrated in the hands of the military affairs officer. Now, it was divided into 3 parts by the Devers. The first was the military affairs. The military affairs officer, Felicius, was in charge of the appointment of the army personnel, the rotation of the troops, the patrols of the navy, the service of the citizens, the statistics of military achievements, and so on. Of course, the important army personnel appointments, such as the legion commander and the legion commander, had to be personally confirmed and confirmed by the Devers. The second was the military training. Hieronymus, who had stepped down from Legio III, was in charge of supervising the military training of the citizens of the various cities, checking the training results, and arranging the instructors. The third was the military logistics. In this era, the Greek city-states did not specially arrange for personnel to manage the logistics of the army. Ever since the Devers established themselves in Amendola, they had sent Murses to manage the logistics of the army. However, with the expansion of the alliance, there was an increase in the number of affairs. Murses was already too busy just managing the finances of the alliance. Furthermore, the local government and the army could not be too closely intertwined. They had to be separated, so there was a need for officers to specialize in managing the logistics of the army. The first person the Devers thought of was Helos. Not only did he have a wealth of military experience, but he also had a track record in administration. He was steady, serious, and cautious. He was also the former captain of the Devers, one of their most trusted people. He could take on a big responsibility. I forbid you from harassing your brother-in-law. Especially in this special period, don't have any contact with him. Kunigarata ordered sternly. As an old politician, he had a premonition of the political storm that was about to set off. So Status lowered his head and repeatedly agreed. How could Kunigarata not know his disobedient son? He immediately said, "You're not young anymore. Recently, a few families have sent matchmakers to propose marriage to me. Don't go out for the next 2 days. Hurry up and settle your marriage." Huh. So Status' eyes widened. That's great. I'm finally going to have a sister-in-law. Dikakalate jumped in joy. In the study of the Devers mansion, the Devers were talking to the agriculture officer, Buckos. Chapter 360. Buckos was unmoved. With a pained expression, he said, "To think that so many people were found to be occupying land illegally. To be honest, I'm very surprised. I feel even more pained by my dereliction of duty. If I don't resign, I won't be able to answer to the people of the Senate. I also hope that the Senate will investigate me and confirm my innocence." Listening to his words, the Devers' mind was in a whirl. He had known about the corruption problem of Polixis and the others a few years ago, but he had tolerated it and allowed it to spread and involve more people. On one hand, Polixis and the others wanted to achieve their goals, so they had to buy more slaves and release more slaves. This was exactly what the Devers wanted to see. On the other hand, most of the people who were involved in this shady business were the nobles and the rich of the cities. Only they had the ability and connections to achieve their goals. The Devers could take this opportunity to catch all these people who were secretly resisting the bill that he had enacted to benefit the people. Therefore, it wasn't that no one had discovered the problem in the past few years. It was just that several important civil servants under Buckos had been bribed to cover it up. At the same time, the Devers had also secretly suppressed the matter. It was only today that the lid was lifted. From the bottom of his heart, he felt guilty towards Buckos. "Daddy! Daddy!" At this moment, the half-closed door was suddenly pushed open. 4-year-old Krotokatax ran in. "Come and play with me." As he spoke, he jumped onto the Devers' chair. The Devers hurriedly hugged him and said in a pleasant tone, "My little crew, I'm discussing something with my uncle. I don't have time now. Go and play with Brother Adoris, okay? Brother is reciting poems and doesn't have time to play with me. He said that if he doesn't recite well, he'll be punished by the teacher tomorrow. Sister is helping Mom with the flowers. No one is paying attention to me." Little Crew hugged the Devers' neck and said pitifully, "Daddy, come and play with me, okay?" Seeing that the consul, who was usually revered by everyone, had no idea what to do with the child, Buckos was both surprised and a little emotional. He stood up and said, "Lord Devers, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I've made up my mind. I'll be leaving first." "All right." Devers held his son in one arm and stood up. "I agree with you resigning from your position as the agriculture officer, but I won't allow you to be lazy. Right now, there are a lot of things to do in the Alliance. I can't handle it all by myself. You must continue to come and help me." Buckos was silent for a moment, then said, "Let me think." "Don't even think about it. You're the senator of Dionia. This is your duty. Once this is over, you will take up a position in the Alliance's Public Officials Management Committee." Devers said in a domineering manner that did not allow him to refuse. Buckos neither agreed nor refused. He walked to the door and asked hesitantly, "How will the Senate deal with Polixis?" He was asking the Senate, but in fact, it was not the Devers who made the decision. The Devers answered vaguely, "The court will decide how to punish Polixis and the others after the trial." Buckos could tell that the Devers had no intention of letting Pollux, and the others go. He sighed inwardly because he had also heard the news of Pollux colluding with Syracuse. Little Kroll! Little Kroll! At this moment, the beautiful figure of a woman appeared in front of Bucos. Madam! Bucos recognized her as the second wife of the Devers, Agnes, and hurriedly greeted her. Agnes did not know the senators of the Senate, like Christoia did. She did not recognize most of them, and could only return the greeting out of courtesy. Mother Agnes, why are you back so late? Little Kroll was happy. He danced away from his father's embrace and ran over excitedly. The Devers were finally freed. He accompanied Bucos to the entrance of the mansion. Lord Bucos. The Devers looked out at the dark street outside and said in a low voice, I still remember the first time I saw you. You were running around to save Thurii, doing your best to do what you thought was right. You weren't even afraid of being criticized by the Thurii Council. Now, Dionia seems strong, but it is also facing many difficulties, and there are powerful enemies coveting it. At this time, we cannot retreat. We must unite and face the difficulties head-on. Only then will we be able to break through this dangerous obstacle. Bucos stood at the entrance of the mansion. After a moment, he faced the expectant gaze of the Devers and said, I understand. The next day, the results of the Senate's internal trial shocked the senators. Pollux and the others had illegally occupied land and colluded with officials and merchants. The seriousness of the situation was secondary. The most important thing was that Pollux had indeed been in contact with Syracuse, and he was not the only one. Oliphus, Massa's Euripides, and the others had also received gifts from Syracuse. The senators felt that this was a thorny problem. The moderates, such as Kinigarata and Cornelis, suggested that Pollux and the others should be tried in secret, and then a messenger should be sent to Syracuse to protest, so that Dionysius would curb his ambitions. The radicals, such as Antonios and Amintes, demanded that the trial be held in public, so that the people would know the crimes committed by Pollux and the others, and also the ambitions of Syracuse. They also wanted to send a messenger to Syracuse, so that Syracuse would apologize and compensate them. The Devers finally proposed that the trial be held in public in the Victory Square. His reason was that the case of Pollux and the others had not only caused an uproar in the city, but also alarmed the entire alliance. Rumors were spreading in every city, and the people were in a state of panic. Even the allied city-states of Dionia were paying attention. The Senate needed to tell the people the truth, and at the same time, remind the people of Dionia that the Dionia alliance was still in a bad situation, so they could not slack off. The Senate agreed. At dusk, the governor of Picassus, Antares, received an urgent letter from the Devers. In the letter, the Devers explained in detail why Euripides, Predes, and Cremissa were arrested. At the same time, he stated that they would be given a fair and just trial. In addition, he also praised in the letter, Antares has been the governor of Picassus for 2 years. Not only has he stabilized the Lacanian tribes in the city, but he has also successfully assimilated them into Dionia. He has also developed the port of Picassus and promoted the prosperity of trade. The Senate expresses its gratitude for his contributions in the Lacanian region. Antares stood on the rooftop of his mansion, and after reading the letter he sighed in his heart. He vaguely knew about the matter of Euripides and Predes. These 2 colleagues of Cremissa were keen to enter the Dionysian army and lead the legion in battle. But unfortunately, when they entered the Dionysian army, Dionia's war with the outside world had stopped. They did not have the opportunity to accumulate military achievements, and at the same time they had to refamiliarize themselves with the new way of fighting. Training with the new recruits was already hard enough for them, but the positions of the 5 legion commanders were already filled up, and there were still many people queuing up behind them. Regardless of whether it was battle merits or battle experience, the 2 of them had almost no hope of becoming the leader of the legion. Being able to become a company captain was already an extra favor from Davis on account of the fact that the 2 of them were veterans. But they felt that it was a shame for them to only hold such a low position as a veteran like Antonios, Felicius, and Capys. So they went to the Devers many times, hoping that they could be promoted to a higher position in the army, but were rejected by the Devers by saying, "Everything in the army will be carried out according to the military law of Dionia." From then on, they had a lot of complaints about the Devers. The two of them had come to Antares several times, hoping that, as the leader of Cremissa, he could come out and join forces with Polixus to propose a general assembly, but they were rejected by him. It was not that he did not feel a bit of resistance towards the situation where the Devers controlled the Senate, but the Devers did not restrict him from doing things. Instead, they gave him a wider scope to display his talents, looking at the busy port in the distance, listening to the stiff Greek accents of the people on the streets nearby. This was the place where he had worked hard for the past few years. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, a sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. When he returned home, he immediately wrote a reply to the Devers, thanking them for their recognition of his work and firmly supporting the Senate's decision to put Polixus and the others on trial. Early the next morning, a large wooden platform was set up in the Victory Square of Turin. The Turin's patrols, as well as a temporary brigade of the First Legion, were in charge of maintaining the order of the entire square. Diorians who came from all over the country entered the square one after another. Most of them were ordinary citizens of Dionia. Some had just become probationary citizens and had not yet been allocated land. Some are foreign merchants who had transferred to Dionia from other cities, and some are family members of those who were arrested this time. On the large wooden platform, in the middle sat the senior judge, Tritodemus. Logically speaking, as the consul of Dionia and also the chief judge, the Devers should have been present at such an important trial. But due to a well-known reason, Polixus had never been on good terms with him. Out of the principle of abstention, he did not attend. Neither did the other senators. Chapter 361. The plaintiff and the defendant stood in front of Tritodemus. According to the law, the plaintiff and the defendant were allowed to hire a lawyer to defend themselves in court, as they did not necessarily have a good understanding of the complicated code of Dionysia. On the other hand, Polixus, who was the first to be tried in the case, decided to defend himself, and as he had committed a crime far exceeding that of the original accuser, the emancipated slaves, he was prosecuted by the public prosecutor appointed by the court. The public prosecutor was the former clerk of the Devers, Aristoclades. After Aristoclades became a citizen of Dionia, the Devers suggested that he work in the court, and he passed the examination smoothly. Starting as a court recorder, he worked hard and studied the law of Dionia at the same time. When he became an official citizen of Dionia, he became a junior judge in the circuit court. For more than a year, he judged more than 200 cases and disputes without any mistakes, and became a rising star among the judges of Dionia. For this trial, the Devers personally appointed him as the public prosecutor, and they had high hopes for him. Because the Devers had transplanted the court system of the later generations to Dionia, it was different from the others from the beginning. The most respected court in Athens in this era did not have a special judge, and only a marshal maintained the court procedures. The power of trial was in the hands of the jury, but the number of the jury was not fixed, and the number was determined according to the size of the case. The highest number of jury members could reach more than 2,000, and the result of the trial was decided by majority vote. Therefore, in Athens, regardless of the size of the case, the participation of the jury was mandatory. Every day, about 3,000 to 4,000 citizens went back and forth between the various courts in the city and the port, and the other city-states jokingly called the people of Athens as the Greeks who loved litigation. However, in Dionia, other than important cases such as murder cases, treason cases, and so on, which could only be decided by a jury, other civil disputes were usually decided directly by the judge. Even if the defendant requested for a jury, it was highly likely that the request would be rejected. The reason was that the citizens of the Dionia Federation were busy with military training, field work, market trade, public infrastructure construction. They did not have much free time to sit in court and listen to the plaintiff and the defendant talk about things that had nothing to do with them. And because the city of Athens was extremely wealthy, There was monetary compensation for being a juror. Some citizens even made a living as a juror, so the citizens were happy to do it. In short, with the current strength and financial resources of Dionia, it was impossible for them to afford such a time-consuming and costly Athens-style trial, and they did not intend to implement it. The people of Dionia were worried that breaking the law would affect their ability to enter the legion, to hold public office, to receive awards from the city, and so on. Therefore, serious crimes were rare. Therefore, it was rare for the public to witness such a large-scale trial with a jury. It could be said that it was the first time for many people to witness the operation of a trial in Dionia. Victory Square was quickly filled with people, and there were still people rushing over from outside the square. When the face of the water clock had fallen to the mark of 8, Tritodemus rang the bell for the opening of the court. Since the plaintiff and the defendant were already in the court, it was the prosecutor who made the statement. After a brief explanation of how aristocrats filed a complaint at the Temple of Emancipation, the patrol conducted a routine search, and the evidence found. Then, after a brief explanation, the evidence found was shown to the jury, accusing Polixus of illegal occupation of land, restriction of freedom of others, and other crimes. The audience below the stage began to stir. Tritodemus had to ring the bell to remind the crowd to keep quiet. Then he signaled that the defendant, Polixus, could begin his defense. As a veteran of politics for a long time, Polixus still held his head high and remained in high spirits, because he knew that if he appeared depressed, the people would think that he was guilty. Initially, although he did not participate in the formulation of the legal trial system, he listened to the whole process of the Devers persuading the senators. So he knew that the key to acquittal in a large-scale trial in Dionia was the jury. So he said in a passionate voice, "Members of the jury, at this moment I think of my father, my grandfather. As one of the earliest founders of the city of Thurii, they poured all their efforts and blood into this land that was once a wilderness, and that's why the city is prosperous today. Influenced by my father's generation, I have been working hard for this city since I became an adult. Like all of you, I worked in the field, served as a soldier, participated in battles, and served as a low-level public official. Later, I was elected by the people as a general of Thurii, and I did my best for the city." At this moment, Aristocrates stood up and interrupted him. "Polixus, as one of the generals of Thurii, you should take responsibility for the burning of the city. And when the city was finally breached, as a general, you did not lead the people to fight the enemy, but disappeared. How dare you say that you sacrificed everything for the city? It's not true at all." It was obvious that Aristocrates had carefully investigated Polixus' life in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the audience responded, "He's right. Back then, I was in the team that fought against the Crotone Empire. Many people died in the battle, including Neonsis. But I never saw you, Polyalexis." "Coward! Coward!" Someone in the audience began to curse. "Quiet! Quiet!" Tritodemus had to ring the small bell again to remind the people to keep quiet, and at the same time he warned, "Both of you, don't talk about topics that have nothing to do with this defense, and go back to the issue of the charges." It should be said that because there were not many large-scale trials in the courts of Dionia, and young judges like Aristocrates were inexperienced, otherwise they could have protested as soon as Polixus opened his mouth. But their confrontation at the beginning attracted the attention of the people. The court was like a battlefield, and the battle of words was a matter of life and death. The risk and intensity of it were far greater than watching a play. The people of Dionia began to widen their eyes, looking forward to the more exciting debate. Polixus was quite embarrassed. He was so selfish that he really forgot that he had been a deserter. He originally wanted to continue to promote his hard work in the Senate, but now he had no chance. He took a deep look at his opponent and then began to say, "As a senator of the Senate of Dionia, I have always regarded the consul Devers as a role model, and in response to the revelation of Hades, I have given freedom to a large number of slaves in my family, regardless of the losses of my family. So far, 57 slaves have been released, and 6 have become official citizens. I don't think there is any other citizen of Dionia who treats slaves as well as I do. Not at all. Polixus looked around him with a stern expression. The freed slaves, out of gratitude, give me some money every year as a reward. I could not refuse their kindness, so I reluctantly accepted it, because with more money I can buy more slaves and give freedom to more slaves. Alas! But I never thought that I would be mistaken for corruption. This is really a huge blow to my enthusiasm to learn from Consul Devers. This is a misunderstanding. He put on an aggrieved look to the jury. Aristocrate said coldly, Your Honor, may I ask the witness to question whether Polixus is corrupt or not? Tritodemus nodded in agreement. Aristocrates called a total of 10 witnesses, all of whom were freed slaves of Polixus. Some had just been released, some had become probationary citizens, and some were already official citizens. These witnesses with citizenship did not want to appear in court, but the court enforced it because it was the obligation of the citizens of the League. After they swore to God Hades that they would not lie, aristocrates asked them questions one by one, each sharper than the last. During this period, Polixus tried to interrupt several times, but was scolded by Judge Tritodemus. Seeing that Polixus was in a bad situation, the witnesses were afraid of being accused of lying and sentenced to blasphemy, so they confessed everything. Now the people near the wooden platform understood. First of all, the location of the land owned by these witnesses was already enviable. It was all fertile land on the Sabari plain. When the League was first established, there were many people and little land. In order not to let the land become barren, a lot of land was rented by free people and freed slaves. Later on, the rent of land in Sabari became scarce, and it was not enough even for the preparatory citizens, let alone the freedmen. The newly released slaves of Polixus were able to rent a good piece of land, and this was a very big problem. Secondly, after these witnesses paid the League's taxes, they had to pay Polixus another 40% of their land income. Thirdly, the witnesses who had become official citizens had to pay Polixus 5% of their land income every year. Why did the official citizens take the initiative to give him money? Because Polixus had bribed some people in the Ministry of Agriculture, and when distributing the plots of land to the official citizens, he would do something to add an extra acre and a half. Because their plots were often located in remote places, they were not easily discovered. Therefore, when these citizens from the Polixus family received benefits, they were afraid that their land would be confiscated during the annual inspection by the Ministry of Agriculture, so they took the initiative to give Polixus benefits.